get us from talk to action, isn't it? From plans to impact at the ground. The topic about bridging the funding gap, mobilizing diverse stakeholders for flexible, long-term support for women-led climate justice and crisis response. So concerning diverse stakeholders, I think in any society we will always have three stakeholders. The public sector, which is our government, the intergovernmental organizations. We will also have the private sector having its role to play, because if you look at the current trend for corporates and companies, we are having what we call ESG. For example, I think I can use an example, KCB Bank. They have released an ESG report very recently. And ESG stands for Environmental Social Governance. So this is about how are you doing your business and ensuring that as you do your production and business, you're not depleting the environment, you are taking care of social, of your corporate social responsibility, the CSR, the welfare of your customers. That's why you see companies doing give backs to customers, and things like medical camps. I think Citizen TV recently did a medical camp. Safaricom, I think you've seen many road shows and awards. All that is about the customer welfare. So that's the social bit. And when it comes to governance, it's about, is this business being ethically run? This is now where even gender equality and even the pay gap in companies, that is now under governance. Is your business being ethically run? Are you adhering to human rights? And under the United Nations, when it comes to ethics in business, we have what we call the UN Compact, which is headquartered in New York. And they have, I think Kenya right now, we have at least 500 businesses that have committed towards 10 action plans. And in that action plan is gender equality in the organization, ensuring also that women are being paid fairly. So I think in terms of long-term support to women, and how do I tie it to climate justice and crisis response? We need the women staff, in all these three sectors, whether it's public, private, or the NGO sector or the civil society. We need women well paid. Before you help others, you lazima pia wewe uko sawa. So aside from that, we are now having what we call green financing. So banks are beginning to have what we call green financing. And I'm aware in our country, the central bank is having a tax incentive policy ongoing with the World Bank. And this is towards greater incentive for green businesses, businesses that have sustainability. Sustainability in terms of how they run the business is either tackling climate issues, is ensuring climate resilience, is ensuring environmental conservation. The entire business operation is environmental friendly. And I think women, when we come to, things like textile or things like making use of animal products, you utilize the hides and skins to make something like maybe leather shoes. That is a sustainable business. That's a green business, yeah? Because it's environmental friendly, unlike things of plastic and these other synthetic wares. So when having seen that we're talking about diverse stakeholders, we shouldn't just think the typical civil society. We also have a whole economy in the private sector. Our country's GDP is around, the economy is roughly like around 10 trillion. So 3 trillion is our government budget. The 7 trillion is production GDP in the private sector. So we also must begin to ask ourselves, how are we tapping to this 7 trillion economy? And I think with the public benefits organization law, I think now civil society can take up tenders, if I'm not wrong. And so there are 3 trillion public sector budget and economy. Of course, half of it goes to salary, a good portion is going to debt, and then there's a balance. So when it comes to this public sector, currently, I think before the year ends, there shall be the FLOCA Fund Conference for Civil Society. FLOCA is, for those who are unfamiliar, in government, this government that has prioritized climate change, is the funding for locally led adaptation. And FLOCA Fund is an adaptation fund that is pivoted upon the NCAAP policy. NCAAP is National Climate Action and Adaptation Policy. Kenya is right now having the National Action Plan number 3, 2023-2027. And something that has advanced now that this is the third National Action Plan is that we made sure 2023, before the Africa Climate Summit, where this policy was launched, where the Flocker Fund and Council of Governor chair was present, and the president addressed at the Climate Summit when he launched the policy and launched this fund, is that the first phase, which already has been ongoing, was devolved to counties. Homa Bay, I think, has done great strides with quite a number of billions tapped into. And I think flooding, we know, is an issue in that area. Other areas, they need climate resilience assistance so that they're able to do climate smart agriculture. But now phase 2 is supposed to be tapped into by civil society. And that is why there's a call for the formation of the national civil society leadership. Because Flocker Fund, how it's being run, there's a Flocker committee per county. And then now, in that committee, there's a civil society representative. So now they are putting together the national civil society committee, because when the next phase, where funds are supposed to be devolved to civic groups, non-governmental, women, that's where youth, women, all those groups are going to be found 2025 in the next phase, supported, of course, by World Bank, where this fund is being collaborated with the government of Kenya. So that's something in the public sector to look out for. And even within our government budgets, our county budgets, do we look at the CIDPs? The CIDPs, the youth department, the women department, how are we collaborating with them? Because sometimes we can bring the little we have and match that which government has. And through collaboration and collective action, then that is long-term support, because government is also sustainable, because government is a perpetual entity. So that's also a way of being long-term. So I think it's important that as civil society, we cannot work alone. Let's be familiar with the public space, the public policies, the public funding, the public plans, national action plans, and tap into them, because it will make work easier. And when it comes to impacting the community, the nation, you cannot ignore government. And of course, eventually, through that participation and collaboration, you will influence policies that then also will create a favorable environment for the work and impact that you want to do at the ground. So I think that's what I'll say about diversity of stakeholders, public, private, and civil society sector. And finally, I think I'll just say that we must continue to collaborate. When it comes to climate justice and crisis response, we have different intergovernmental funds. We have the AFDB. In fact, AFDB, I think in the latest UNGA meeting, there is the second phase of adaptation that was being done, and it's quite some billions in Kenya shillings when you convert. The figure is I'm a bit, I don't want to do guesswork, but it's quite a good amount, and it's being released to countries, so you can follow up on that. And also the different climate investments that are going on. They may be private sector, they may be public sector. So even as you work with groups, I think some groups are in social entrepreneurship. I think women, we hustle, isn't it? So let's also remember to empower them, because there are those who will run non-profits, but we really cannot afford to ignore doing business. The future of aid is actually in social entrepreneurship, because what we have is a shrinking civil space. We are talking about long-term support. We have a shrinking civil space. We have shrinking ODA. That's part of the climate and development finance I was talking about. ODA is what we call official development assistance, which really is the aid you see. When you see UK aid, US aid, the Israel aid, and all the others, that's official development assistance that is coming from their public budgets by their public citizens. And so those are the dynamics of the future, and we must be keen to adapt and be keen to continue to empower women. And so finally, as I close, I'll just like to thank Jumuiya Women Fund, because a women fund and funding is actually the way to go towards catalyzing the strides we want to see in our country, the strides we want to see women empowered. And I just want to thank the team for the great work they're doing, and looking forward to the journey ahead. Thank you.
Was that really enough clap that you could afford? Huh? Hiyo ni shilingi ngapi? Hata haifiki ile ya wakeo ya 444. Ama mnaitanga how much? 4444. Aya, so we are going to give her 444. We are going to baptize you to the other side of the world. I want us to give her the 4 hearty claps 3 times. Aya, 1, 2, 3. Inakwanga ngapi hiyo? Inakwanga how much ya mwisho? Inakwanga 1, eh? Tutakumalizia. Thank you so much. That was so wise, and I hope we are learning, eh? I hope we are learning. If there are words that are very difficult and you can't understand the acronyms, please write them down, then you still find out what exactly is this word supposed to mean. And Mercy, you've just opened our minds, huh? So be sure we are cooking some questions, and I know we had agreed with TJ that we will limit questions. So I want to give my beautiful ladies here opportunity to share with us some of the interventions. You have a PowerPoint? Okay. Some of the work they've done in their space on matters climate justice, social and climate change issues, and let's give them time. We will take note of the questions in our conference notes or in our notebooks. Then we will have time. We will see how to squeeze time until we will get some few minutes for some discussion. I know you have a lot of questions on climate issues. When she finished, I already saw hands coming up, so we will still give you time. So let me welcome the KO Women Trust for their first presentation.
Thank you so much. My name is Helen Chebet. I am the Senior Programs Officer at KO Women Trust, and I'm speaking slowly because I'm waiting for my presentation to be projected. Okay, I am so glad that I have been given this platform to represent KU Women Trust and to bring our voice on matters bridging the funding gap for women-led climate justice. Okay, maybe as they do that, I'll briefly introduce what KU Women Trust is and what we are about. So KU Women Trust is a non-profit making organization, civil society that champions the rights of women and girls among indigenous communities, and I will explain this more if I get the chance. So we are a very young organization. We were just founded and registered in 2022. And within that short period of time, we've had a big network of about or maybe slightly above 5,000 women. That is along the Kerio Valley Triangle. I will tell you how many counties Kerio Valley Triangle covers in a few. So our work majorly focuses on empowering indigenous women on addressing intersecting challenges, that is governance, climate, and digital inclusion. So where we operate or where we would like to put our programs is in the Kerio Valley Triangle region. And that covers Elgeyo Marakwet, that I'm glad I've had a number of you mention. Baringo, I know they are represented here. Samburu, Turkana, and West Pokot. I think I also saw them here yesterday. So because we are discussing Marta's funding, I cannot fail to mention the fact that Jumuiya Women Fund has brought us as KU Women Trust. Now, I mentioned earlier that we are a very, very young organization that was just founded in 2022. Nimesikia most of us speaking about funding and how tough it is to find for CSOs and small, and especially at the startup level. Now, we were very lucky, I'd say lucky, count as lucky, to get our first funding from Jumuiya Women Fund, in as much as by then we had not really developed structures and what. That is where we are grateful for the flexible funding that we got from Jumuiya Women Fund. So that enabled us to do our very first project, and that was digital empowerment of rural women and girls. Yes, like I say, that is sponsored by Jumuiya Women Fund, and now we are calling them almost like our sister organization at this point. Now, this was just a small project. I keep on mentioning indigenous and just the women that si wa huku town. Najua Elgeyo Marakwet tuko ndani. So not all of them are able to access phones, and I can say digital tools, but that is just a very big word. Let me start at the very basic of a phone. I made a joke recently telling the women there that every single time they handle a phone or something, utasikia anashika simu na kusema wapi Chabeta kuja nifungulie hii sijui or something. You know those words that they use, right? Because it looks like maneno ya simu ni ya watoto, these young people, right? But then we cannot ignore that the world is moving towards the digital aspect, and these women cannot be left behind. Wakona biashara, wakona farming and everything. And right now, people are selling things online. If we leave the women behind, keeping on saying that wao wafanye two projects zenye hazihusu digital aspect, that we didn't think it's fair. So that is why we decided to train them on digital tools, and I've said very basic for them, the phone. And then during the second phase, we were lucky to get the second phase of the funding also, and that is where we really majored on entrepreneurship using the digital apps. Very basic for indigenous women. Now, I will mention this over and over again just because I am very grateful for the support that Jumuiya Women Fund gave us. Because as a startup organization with this first fund, I say they let us out as birds, they let us out to fly. Because after that, we were able to believe in ourselves. We were able to believe that we can manage funds. And therefore, we applied for more and more grants. And I'm happy to report that we were successful due to the first push that we were given by Jumuiya Women Fund. So after that, we did quite a number of projects. And I will rush through here because this is not on climate. Not all of them are on climate. But we were able to do them because of the push by Jumuiya Women Fund. So after that, we applied for other funds that we got. One was for Women for Peace Transition Initiative. Hizi ilikuwa two peace dialogues trying to unite the communities of Marakwet, Pokot, and Baringo. And this was sponsored by Mama Cash. Mama Cash is a US-based. You see now, from a local funder, we were able to fly high and get funds from a US-based organization, right? Yeah, so Mama Cash gave us funding, and we did those dialogues to bring those communities together. After that, even went further. We got a Waihanga fund because this was just after COVID. And so people were struggling to get food and everything. So I will not explain much about this. But at first we started by giving out foods, and then we expanded the project because I give you food to you today. Si unakula inaisha. But what do you do tomorrow? So we expanded the project to make sure that we do training on farming, nutrition, and other business skills. Our other key aspect is an education program that, again, I'm not going to explain a lot because this aspect is on climate. And the next is last mile entrepreneurs, that is building a sustainable future. Now here I can touch on a bit. Because now this is on climate. Now we trained communities, I keep on saying rural communities, and this is deep within Elgeyo Marakwet. We trained them on how to make clean cook stoves, and made a few for quite a number of households. But the model here was more train and give them the skill to go and make. So we came up with a training program, trained a number of them, and then with that skill, you were tasked to go back home and make the cook stoves for around 10 households. See, that is that was our strategy that we used, that I think that was very effective. Why I say this is on climate, because the cook stoves, they use very little firewood, and they emit very little also moshi ni kidogo, and therefore it helps us not to cut down a lot of trees. And this was done, we were funded initially, and we did this project in 2023. And because it was not enough, women have kept coming back to us wanting these GCOs that I will show in a few minutes. We keep on looking for funding to expand this. So I know all of us are on the funding project aspect, or what do I say? Projects. Because you know that when you're given a fund for a project, it has a beginning and an end, right? Yeah, so we were given this fund, and we did that. We trained women, we gave them the resources, we gave them the task of going to build the cook stoves for quite a number of households. And that was done. But then we realized that this is a very key aspect, because they keep on coming, requesting for it, because it worked for my neighbor, why don't I have it? So we keep on, because we're talking of funding, let me just highlight it. We keep on using the same model to look for other funds from even other funders, because that was effective. And luckily, this year we got another fund for the same project that was already done. Now we got another fund for the same from Raja Foundation. Done again, we went back, scaled up the project on climate. The other project, again, I'm not going to mention a lot. Like I say, I just put them there so that you see, from the little support that we got from Jumuiya, we were able to scale up. So I won't mention a lot on the other project that is not on climate. But then there is this Voices for Gender Just Policies initiative. This is a project that, again, we did this year, because we realized that our women, I know inside this room we are mostly women, and we understand that women are mostly affected by climate change. Mostly affected. But at the same time, ni kama ni sisi pia ndio tuna influence your climate change zaidi. Because if just by nature of our work at home, sisi ndio tunaenda kutafuta kuni, sisi tunaenda kukata miti because tunahitaji kupikia watoto. We need to look for food and such. So we are both very much influenced, but at the same time we are perpetrators. So because of that,
so how many more minutes should I give you? Because it was just it was meant to be a sneak preview of what your project does, just briefly, and then she also was supposed to do it because it's 11. And we still have like a whole new Kombele. So for this session, it was just briefly what your organization does. Okay. So just put it in point form so that I don't cut you.
Okay. All
right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I was briefed differently. That's why I prepared a longer stuff. But yes, so this is another project that we did because we realized that women are left behind. So we gave them training and also gave them an opportunity to go influence policies by directly talking to policy makers. If we had time, I would explain how, but not right now. So I'll skip the other projects because that was only to show how flexible funding can help CSOs to scale up. And I'll go directly to the short clip. So before you project the clip, just pause it for a minute. Because you're talking about challenges on funding and climate, I would say that some of the challenges are disappropriate impact of climate change on women. women are disproportionately affected by climate change. At the same time, women are adversely contribute. I think I have mentioned that. We had a great challenge ourselves because we say we influence policies, but for us, I just put it there because it was so tough sometimes to get these government officials that you need them to actually help influence the policies. So underfunding, and because we're talking about climate, statistics is that only 5% of climate women-led organizations receive only less than 5% of climate funding. Na hii ni kidogo considering the amount of issues tunapata, and women-led organizations really can drive change. So solutions, according to me, is increase direct funding, strengthen partnerships like what we are doing right now, enhance resilience and adaptation, and that is like the agriculture that we were mentioning here. Promote accountability and support capacity building for funders. And because you're talking about funding again, capacity building, I'm not mentioning just about CSOs and the people that we are serving. At the same time, we CSOs also need to get capacity building from the funders. Speaking directly to Jumuiya Women Fund and other funders, we CSOs also need to get capacity building because you need to know where these funds are, need to know how to apply, and so much on. I had a short clip to show our climate work, but I don't know if we get time. Okay.
Yeah. Smart brains can't just be left behind. So, that's well done. Is that Kenya? That's Elgeyo Marakwet, eh? Okay. So I would have said mute the voice and delay for play, but it will distract. So we'll just get a good time for it, so that we'll play it so that we see it. So just put it hapo, and then we'll replay it at a good time. Hiyo lazima tuitafutie time. Tupende tusipende. Yes, thank you so much. So let's appreciate her for the presentation.
Initiative has addition to your women.
So HK Women Group, mmefanya nini? Karibu sana.
Asante. Nita switch off your YouTube to Kiswahili term. HK tumefanya kazi mingi, tumefanya kuhusu climate change, na the funders wa Jumuiya Women Fund, we want to thank you for that grants. Tuliweza kufanya mkutano moja na wamama, kati ya wamama tukajifunza kumold hiyo machicha ya makaa ikakuwa kuni, na hiyo tukaweza kufunza wamama kumold na kukausha, alafu itakuja kukua nini. Na tulikuwa na wamama ambao walikuwa wanatoka side ya Kisumu ambao wanajiita the KEO. Hao mama walikuja kutufunza na mengi, na tukaweza kujua mengi kuhusu the crisis of kutafuta kuni. Sisi wamama tunapokuwa mashinani huko tunahangaika, mzee anaweza kukuuliza mbona unakata mti yangu na wewe sio mwenye shamba. Sasa unangangana alafu ndio upate hiyo kasehemu kidogo. Sasa lingine ni tumekuwa personal branders, kwa sababu tukajua kujielimisha sisi kama wamama na kujua mengi kuhusu the climate change. Alafu tena tukakuja ku turn out our talent kwa community. Unajua huko side yetu huko Kamosoro ni watu wenye wako chini sana. Nikikuja kujionesha, wamama ni watu wenye yani sauti yao iko chini. Yani wameona wazee ni wenye kutoa sauti. Lakini tuliweza kujielimisha sana na tukakuja ku make our talent in action. Tena tukakuja ku drive wamama, tukajidrive in change, tukaweza kuchange our area into kuongea in parasa. Unajua kuongea kwa parasa mama haitajiki kuongea unaweza kuotiwa waseme ama mama ring. Mama Saila amejifanya kushika microphone, mzee anaweza tokezea hapo hivi na akugonge hata kidole. Alafu sasa utakuwa na sauti ya kuongea. Tukakuja ku develop organization. Tuliweza kufanya table banging na kufanya merry-go-rounds, alafu kufanya organization ya kutembelea hata mother-in-laws na zingine mengi. Napoenda kumalizia, through jumuiya tena tukakuja kupata grants zingine. Grants hiyo ilikuwa ya jiko kisasa. Tukafanya mambo ya chepkube. Chepkube ingine ni smart sana yenye inatumia kuni 2 na inafanya haraka. Emma anaweza kuwa mmoja wake ambaye alitembelea kwangu na akakuja kujionea mengi. Tena kwa jumuiya tukapata grants ya cash transfer ambaye ilileta wamama wengi ambao kama jumuiya mngefanya hata ka celebration, ningewaletea wamama ambao wako kwa side yetu ya Kamosoro wenye wako na shukrani mingi. Kama huyo mama mwenye walikuwa anasema jana, huyo mwenye alikuwa anatumia crutches ni part of my partners. Na kuna mama mwingine tena alikuwa anaumia sana, alikuwa anaenda dialysis every month baada ya 2 weeks na ni pesa ya jumuiya walikuwa natumia. Sasa niaba ya hao wote nataka niseme shukrani kwa jumuiya, asante sana na Mungu awazidi kuwatolea grants zingine mahali zingine na Mungu awabariki sana. Nilikuwa nataka tu niongezee juzi, nataka niwaambie tu story kidogo. Juzi side ya huko side ya Kamosoro ambayo inajiitwa Kajalwa, kuna mama ambaye aliweza kuteseka sana, lakini si mateso, ni hali ya sijui maisha iko chini huko side ya Keyo. Huyo mama angepeleka vijana wake circumcision. Ile hali huyo mama alikuwa anataka kupeleka watoto wake circumcision, ikafika wakati sasa baba amekuja na sauti ya wazee huko kijijini, anamwambia huyo mama, kabla hujashika hiyo sinendeti ya kijana wangu, maliza idara yako. Sasa huyo mama aliweza kumaliza na huyo mzee alikuwa na wake wawili. Sasa mama mmoja kati yao wawili aliweza kuaga na alikuwa na mimba ya miezi 4, akawacha mtoto. Hasa kwa side ya jumuiya Women Fund, I don't know what you will say with me through that crisis. Ebu sijui tufanye nini kuhusu Keyo, juu tuliweza kupoteza mama. Na kikundi ya 8K tuliweza kutembelea hiyo side ya Kachalwa. Na wakati wa masishi watu walikuwa nalia, lakini kulia kwao ilikuwa uchungu ya mzee na uchungu ya watu ya kijiji hapo, kwa sababu mzee ya hiyo nyumba angeweza kuambia bibi zake uwezi shika hiyo kasinende bila watu ya kijiji, si ndio? Sasa tunasema tufanye kitu kama parasa ya wazee na hata ya group ya wamama. Asanteni sana.
All right, thank you so much. Tuwapigie makofi decent kidogo, at least yenye iko na power, yenye iko na nguvu, si ndio? I want to appreciate this great team, Mercy, for sharing with us. It's Helen, right? Nisikuwa na kuita majina yetu ya huko nje na kumbe kuna official name ya stage. And my sister Sophie. I wanted the other name. Cherope. Mimi nataka hizo jina za huko eh? So thank you so much for sharing. When they share, that's when you realize kumbe kuna a lot of things happening huko mashinani that need to be addressed. Ukiwa huku town huwezi ona. Yeah, so we really want to appreciate, and through Jumuiya Women, at least that impact is being made in the community. We appreciate you for sharing. So I know you guys have questions. And also I want us to do a very simple thing. Just hold the questions. Because even when they are seated, I'll still give you that short moment of 5 minutes just to ask anything from them at that time. And of course, we've also been joined by our director, Madam Joywin. She's with us here. Let's appreciate her. Thank you so much. I'll also give you time as we get back, so that as we move toward the next session, you're also there. I hope by now, umesha keti, umereboot, you've seen the things that are happening. Thank you so much. Sikutaka kukuleta mapema. That as you relax, let's grab a cup of coffee, then we come back when we are re-energized. So appreciate this team as they get to sit. Tuwapigie makofi. Thank you so much, great ladies, and the good work you are doing in your respective counties. So as you prepare your questions, we are going to take a quick break, a quick commercial break, a quick coffee break, because it is ready, niliambiwa kitambo. And then we make it quick and come back so that we give them just 5 minutes for questions, and then we proceed to the next session. Who was praying for the Titos? Emma, uko wa kwanza. Hii njaa. Sawa, ombea chai. Ombea tu chai penye uko. there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just be comfortable. Dear little sisters. And Chepto. And Chepto, karibu sana. Let's start with the two. Okay. Kanapte Chepto. Karibu sana. So let me have the 4 first, and then I'll be welcoming there's one more. I think that one more, there are 2. Yeah, there's New Kaliet and Kapseret. So we'll see how to fit you. But I wish I got a chair here and there. Hata hizi za kawaida tu. At least wakue hapo. Kama unaonaje Winnie? Kukue tu na kiti hapa na pale so that wakue ni team moja. Just these normal chairs zetu hizi. Just come because you are one team. And ukikaa huko una feel ni kama kwani sisi tuko wapi? Yeah, so we can just have it time huwa tunaweza songesha. Yes, so Kaliet, New Kaliet and Kapseret self-help group. Tuinuane wako? Yes. Oh, wamekuja? Oh, so the whole team is here. Who is not here? Sorry. Nani hayuko? They are all here. Aya, sawa. So karibuni. Yeah, exactly. Don't worry, we just have to rearrange it so that kila mtu atoshe. So when you look at this team here, they are going to highlight success stories of impact. Impact. Unajua kama ile the people may, shall. So hapa pia tunaangalia impact. Through the grant, and we are looking at the Jumuiya Women Fund. Now remember hapa hatuna ati wazungu wako hapo. Unajua normally wazungu wakikuwa ndio tunapeananga stories, lakini leo ni sisi ndio tuko. So tupe stories zenye mnapeana, sisi tuko na nyinyi one on one. So we want to hear your stories and make it nice. And we are ready to. So Madam Winnie, over to you. Okay, so kwanza let's appreciate them. Success stories means they have done a lot of things in the community and there's a lot of impact there. So we want to listen to your impact briefly. In fact, just relax. Relax, just give us the story. Starting now. Over to you, Cherop. Yeah, unataka presentation. Si story unatupea? So you want to be here? Haya, kuja. Tupea your story.
Mekuwa serious sana. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Gladys Jerop Sawe. I'm from Baringo County. And I'm expecting some projection. Yes. Thank you. So I'm from Baringo County, and I'm leading an organization that is a community-based, and it is a registered. We formed it in the year 2020, but registered it in 2023. So we are a young feminist organization, and through that, we have been recognized by Population Council, who gave us the chance to participate in a research that was being done regarding the challenges and the impacts of young feminist organizations in Kenya and Mexico. So, oh, okay, that's fine. So the reason we started this organization is because of the challenges that were in the community. So I would like you to reflect on the community. Imagine that village that remote village, how the challenges that girls faces when they are growing up. So personally, I grew up with a lot of girls, but as we grew up, some of them dropped out of school. Others have been victims and survivors of gender-based violence because of the challenges in the community. So with the collaboration with other girls or sisters, we came up with an action plan to address these challenges, embracing the spirit of sisterhood. That is where the Sisters of Jerop initiative came about. So our mission is to reach out to vulnerable girls and young women who are forgotten and have the full potential to realize their dreams. And our vision is a community where girls and young women thrive, empowered through education, sustainable livelihoods, and gender equity. So what we do, we have four thematic areas. Number one, we promote girls' education. We also have alternative rites of passage for girls, referral and linkages to gender-based violence survivors. We also have climate resilience programs and localization of programs and community sensitization. I'll discuss about this because these are where our strengths come in. With promoting girls' education, we have taken teenage mothers back to school. We have one who have recently finished Form 4, and she had 2 kids. That is a story that we are really proud of. And recently, we also organized for an alternative rites of passage for girls, where we grouped our girls as a cohort 1, and we had skilling and intergenerational dialogue, where we had older women coming to speak to younger women. And when they came to speak, we discussed about the challenges that are facing our community and even how we can refer the gender-based violence survivors. And through this, you can clearly see the evidence. We had skills exchange, and this is what they made from the Ushanga team. And surprisingly, Ushanga team is supported by Jumuiya women. So they came and trained our girls on how to make these beads. Also, we have been able to implement agriculture program. That is where the mothers of the teenage moms now comes in, and they have a tree nursery which we have been given by the local government. So this tree nursery has around 10,000 seedlings right now, and they are indigenous and medicinal. Some of the medicinal are the ones which we make, at least, in our communities, we have those herbs. And since the health facilities are far from the community, at least they help the members of the community get first aid. And lastly now, we have the challenges which we have already highlighted. That is the funding gaps. We have lack of flexible funding. You understand the community where we don't have a lot of experienced people who can apply for this funding. They depend on your skill to apply for this kind of funding. So if we get really flexible funding, it will be helpful for the communities. We also have cultural resistance because this is a patriarchal community implementing SRHR issues, sexual reproductive health and rights. Imagine telling people about family planning in a community. It is very hard for us. So challenging patriarchy can be a very good way to address challenges in the community. We also have the limited resources like the Dignity Kit. Sometimes we really hustle, but we thank God because He has always been there, and through the support of partners like Red Cross, they have been able to support us. And the innovative approaches that we use is community-driven solutions. So we come as a community, address our challenges, discuss these issues as a community, since it is a community-based organization. And also we have collaborative advocacy where we come together as a community and discuss how we can really unpack our challenges and address our challenges head-on. Our future goal is to expand our initiative to reach more girls beyond our community and also actively engage in seeking partnership. We are very much open to partnership, and if you call us today, you want to implement a program, please, we are very much open to that. We also have targeting 100,000 trees, because from 10,000 that will be a milestone for us. And we are also hoping to support girls with disabilities and have an office, because currently we are still using, when we have our meetings, to chini ya miti. So you can imagine the hassle, but we thank God because it has worked and the church have been really supporting us as well. So for the collaborative agenda, we are for feminist funding. We are hoping for flexible funding, and we urge development partners to consider flexible funding for community-based organizations and also invest in movement building. Since we are now going to make a movement out of here, we're really hoping to expand our scope and reach several girls and women. And my call to action is to support flexible grants, prioritize women-led and girls-focused initiative, because our organization is purely girls-led, and the women are part of our advisory board. So you can imagine the love and the mentorship that is going on within our organization. That is why we call it Sisters of the Rope Initiative, to embrace the spirit of sisterhood. Lastly, together, we can build a movement to reimagine a flexible feminist funding agenda to support grassroots organization and accelerate change. Let girls build and change the world, because it takes passion to change a community. If you are not passionate, for sure you cannot change any community. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Let's appreciate her better. Tumpigie makofi. Thank you so much, our sister. It's now Sawa, not even Cherop again. Kuna majina mingi. Na ukihamia huku tena you'll adopt another one. Ni sawa tu. So thank you so much, and for making it on time. That's how I want to. You know, it's just now that I've realized, hiya. You mean we have another session before lunch break again? Yeah, ndio inani hit. Hiyo mambo ya Friday inakuanga aje. All right, so thank you so much for sharing with that. So let's have our next. Umamua ni wewe? Ilikuwa ni wewe? So this is Oh, okay. Oh, Eldores. Okay. Thank you so much. Karibu.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm Benadine Koche from Baringo County, Baringo South, and Mochongo Ward. I represent an organization called Koimukul Indigenous Women Network. It's a women-led organization. It's a human rights organization, and it's an indigenous organization where Eldores people come up together and we discuss a lot about our women. We are marginalized and minority people. What makes us to form this organization? We had some challenges. As I've said earlier, I'm a survivor of FGM. So this is what makes us to form the organization. This organization was formed in 2020 and registered in 2021 under social service. The challenges are, one, our indigenous women in healthy issues. Women caught a lot of problem in health issues, like flood. There were flood in our area, our Lake Bogoria submerged, and all women were being affected because the whole community migrated because of the water. So there was leading to school dropouts of children. Again, there was rampant way of FGM, because when people migrate to other places, women, girls, young girls and women undergo this FGM. Again, there was rising of HIV, because some of people stay in tents. So when they stay in tents, they don't have even, they lack where our children are sleeping, where men are sleeping, women, so they interact, then cause HIV infection in irate. Again, there was harassment of waterborne diseases and early marriages. Through this flooding, it increased a lot of death. Many people die because of lack of food, because where we used to cultivate, there was a lot of flooding, so there was no place to cultivate. So our strategic area is, one, we are advancing equality through human rights education. We do teach women that they have even right to speak up and say they are what they want. Because in our culture, a woman cannot stand in front of our men. So now, at least, our first meeting, we met with Jumuiya Women Fund at Marigat, where I transport 5 women. You are scaring me. So we transport 5 women to that meeting. They have never gone any meeting since their life. So they were, wow, what is now? And the impact that what Jumuiya Fund, through their education, they came with a doctor where walituonyesha vile inafanywa FGM, vile iko tu. Walituonyesha everything. So it was, what? Is this the real? Mpaka mama mwenye nilikuwa nimeleta, mwenye she has undergone, akasema, I have not gone FGM. So yeah, akanikana tena. So it was, what? Sa unanruka tena na nilikuwa nimekuleta S1, ukwe nini? A testimonial. Then you say, mimi sikupitia FGM. Na ni mama mkubwa sana. So it was I don't know even. So we are doing, again, we are under FGM organization, anti-FGM. We do follow up county budget processes from the beginning of CIDP until validation. So what women, we not only attending public participation, it's a meaningful participation where women can prioritize their issues. Like we need today in ADP, we need to put tanks. Today we need to build a maternity wing. And we do follow up until we see the validate, then the implementation has been done. That is what we are very proud of it. Again, we are fighting against the GBV cases. We do referrals. Even now we have survivors. We identified some survivors, almost 15. We are taking them to TFETs, free TFETs. So we are very much grateful for Jumuiya Women Fund, and we really request you, if at all we ask you to recommend us for any funding, for any organizations or any places, kindly recommend us. We do follow you very much, and we tag you in our Twitter, we tag you in our Facebook, we tag you with our social media. I think you know Imugulu Women Network very well. Thank you very much. God bless you so much.
Let's appreciate her once again. Thank you so much. Andres community, that was well done. So let's do something called beat the clock. Let's see if the next person can beat the clock. Kama utaweza chini ya hiyo, then tutajua. Okay, is it dear little sisters? No, it is not. So, but anyways, in Tuinwana amefika. So relax, my sister, little sister. Relax. So we have Tuinwane across Bungoma, right? Asante, karibu.
Thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon. So my name is Gotilde Wekesa, come from Bungoma County, not in Tongareni where Jesus come from. Yeah. Ninatoka penye Yesu anatoka Watongareni, lakini sitoki Tongareni. So I come from Bungoma County, kwa Papa wa Roma. We have so many funny things there. That is why I'm here. So we are based in Mskoma Ward, Bungoma South. So I'm the chairperson of Tuinwana Cross Bungoma. And I'm the founder of Tuinwana Cross Bungoma Women Group. So after realizing that failure of women to attain formal education because of problems related to family backgrounds, lack of opportunities for support and influence of drugs and alcohol abuse. When you come to our places, we have a lot of alcohol. So people drink alcohol, even women, children, girls, they drop out of school and then engage in drugs. So you get so many women have dropped, or so many girls have dropped out of school, and they engage themselves in early marriages. You get some girls using alcohol and what have you. Others become commercial sex workers. When you go there to Kandui in the evening, you will be surprised. So when I was moving around and seeing those problems, something came into my mind, and I say, enough is enough, and I ought to come up with a group, at least to sensitize girls and to bring those girls who dropped out of school and engaged themselves or got married early to this group. We started as a chama. tulianza kufanya chama, na from there tukaanza merry-go-round. From the merry-go-round we said now this is not enough. Tukasema let us register our group. We registered our group we started in 2022, registered our group in 2023. So the vision of the group to enable women and vulnerable girls and their communities access opportunities for social, cultural, and economic prosperity through training skills, character, and economic development women programs. The vision, a prosperous community full of opportunities with reduced poverty and improved equality. So in Bungoma, we have so many farms. We have a lot of lands, but when people plant their crops, you can find a person planting maize, beans, and what have you. And when it comes to harvesting, they harvest a small amount. So I came up with this mind. We form a group and we look for funding and for trainings. So after coming up with that mind, tukaanza kutafuta funding online and what have you. But tulikuwa tumetafuta mara nyingi na tulikuwa tumepata. Thank God we came across Jumuiya Women Funds, whereby after a long struggle, writing so many proposals, moving up and down looking for financial support, we were lucky to get Jumuiya Women Group, who are pleased with our proposal and accepted to support us. We were given a grant that helped us to do the following activities. So far we have trained 45 women on financial literacy. We had those who were running businesses but getting a lot of losses. They had no information, they had no knowledge, they had no proper guidance on how they can manage their businesses, their finances, their farms, and what have you. So when Jumuiya came, we got the grants and we got so many people who came in to train those women on how to manage their businesses, on how to get proper seeds for their farms, on how to prepare their farms on time. So we have done exploits. Those women that were passed through the training, when you come today, you can find them, their businesses are thriving. You can find their farms are yielding good crops. They can harvest and manage their families very well. GBV have reduced in those localities because now women can stand up and provide for their families. They cannot wait for their men to come and request for this and that, which was causing so many GBVs in marriages, so many separations and divorce. So today women can stand up with a lot of boldness because they have something to make them proud. They have money in their pockets. They have knowledge on how to manage their finances well. They have a knowledge to plant their crops well and get good yields. From there, they can sell the maize, they can sell the beans, they can take their children to school, they can manage even to buy themselves clothes, they can manage even to take care of their families, they can even manage a smile. When you go to their homes, they have the testimonies just because of Jumuiya Women Funds. We also thank Jumuiya because of the support of the laptop. We are now digitalized. Our women can do what? Can type. Tukienda na hiyo laptop kwa group, yule mwenye hata hakuwa anaweza kufanya chochote can try to type na hata type tu jina lake peke yake. So we are moving from zero to heroes. So we are women who can stand tall and testify for where we came from and where we are going. So we have got so many plans. I am not going to go through them. And this is appreciation from the group. None of our success would be possible without generous donors like you. Thank you for your commitment and kindness. We have a lot of work to do, and your generous donation helps us get that important work done. Many people say they want to help. Few actually step up to do it. Thank you so much for being one of the few today and stepping up with your important donation.
Thank you so much, all the way from Bungoma County. At first, I used to think it's just North Rift region. I'm a Bungoma Ikonda North Rift. Oh. You know, where I work, in Red Cross, Bungoma is part of North Rift. Under TI, Nakuru is part of us, Kericho is part of us, Bomet is part of North Rift. Bungoma na Trans Nzoia lazima. Hiyo ni password. Lazima tu ikue. Asante sana. So it depends on the geographical. So thank you so much. Let's appreciate her once again. All right, asante sana. Little sisters, are you ready? The stage is yours now. Karibu sana, and then we shall be followed by Chepto.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. Okay, this is Ruth Jepchirchir, and today I stand here in two caps. I am the CEO Honey Zest, Asalim Mekunyo na Chai. I am also here to stand in for Dear Little Sister, and I am an advocate of girls, as well as my life is a living testimony in who a girl can be. I want to highlight success stories of impact through grant making, advocacy, and management building. Dear Little Sister was founded in 2017 in Kenya, and it aims at impacting the society, nurturing girls, and inform them on the effects of unplanned teenage pregnancies, child marriages through sensitization. We have training, we have rehabilitation, and material support. The foundation is a member of Girls Not Brides. It's a global network that has at least 1,600 civil society organizations from over 100 countries. The mission and the vision. The vision is to enlighten girls, prospering in society, free of teenage pregnancies and child marriage. The mission is to nurture the girls who are informed of the effects of unplanned teenage pregnancies, child marriages, through sensitization, training, rehabilitation, and the rest, as I had said. Since inception, Dear Little Sister has reached at least 11,000 teenage girls. And then you also have had at least 33 sensitization training programs on causes, effects, and prevention of teenage pregnancies and the child marriages. We have reached out in 14 different counties. We have Meru, Kericho, Machakos. We also have Kirinyaga, Nakuru, Nairobi, Uasin Gishu, and the rest. We have trained 50 teenage mothers in Kericho in how to make the liquid soap and how to do hairdressing to make their income. We have donated 500 copies of Dear Little Sister teenage girls. We have also done sanitary towels to them and toiletries to over 2,000 girls. Last year in 2023, the DLS Foundation partnered with FAO and UN in Meru County government in nutrition and kitchen garden training for mothers in Meru. Success stories, the support and partnership resulted in training 550 women, mothers in kitchen gardening, and establishment of 9 model climate smart kitchen gardens in Meru County. The foundation continues to impact teenage girls through Dear Little Sister with 500 copies of books donated to the various schools, in teenage schools, and then teenage girls. And then we also have, we were given an award in 2020 and they can be found at the airports. You know, children have issues with their teeth, you know, those kind of things. And I have come to realize that it is you to give yourself a lot of opportunity and do what you are doing with passion. I started like in 2017, the honey zest, with 2 bolts of honey. Today I'm doing it in tons. I'm exporting it. And yet, we were just seated there saying, I'm a diploma student, I am today in my master's, and nothing is happening in the society. Stop kulialia na ukijambia hakuna kazi. Ni ukweli hakuna. And in fact, in our setup here, because we are in Wasingishu today, you keep on telling people, nenyo emit. What do you have? Are you in the mix? Which part is your part? What are you doing to make sure that you are the source of inspiration in your community? And I can tell you, I tamaked for almost 12 years after graduation. I knocked every office and thought because I am a master's holder by then, I'll just knock any office and get welcome. That was not the case. Today, I've employed more than 60 people in the same company. So it is you to wake up, do your work. God can still bless you with that job to bless others. Don't just sit here and tell us there is no job. You are the job yourself. Create more.
For beating the clock. Let's appreciate her once again. Asante sana, our little sister. Okay. You want to talk from there? Unataka kuongelea hapo? Okay, sawa, tunakubaliwa.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My names are Sipora Chepto from Kanapten Chepto Organization. It is not Chepto. Kanapten Chepto Organization. Hiyo ni kuinua msichana. Inua msichana. From Baringo Central, Kabarnet Division, Salawa location, the lowlands of Baringo. So, I am happy to be here today because I have really recognized the Jumuiya Women Fund. This is one of the most powerful enterprise, or what do we call it? Yes, funding NGO, who has really brought us up until I am so happy to be here today. Arrive at Sirikwa for my first time. I'm so happy. So first, receive greetings from Kanapten Chepto Organization. I am the treasurer of the group, and we started this group in 2014. And our objectives were, 1, to eliminate FGM in our district or in our county. As you know, in Baringo County, FGM is still rampant, especially in the lowland areas. And I think my friend from Endorais can agree with me because our part, the southern part, is still so rampant. And in Salawa division, ni moja moja tu. So we've really tried and tried and tried. And up to now, we have almost eliminated in Salawa and part of Kabarnet. And we have visited many places in Baringo County. Our another objective is to do where we have been doing cultural empowerment, that is empowering girls. Kwa sababu, when you empower a girl, you have empowered the community. I think you can agree with me. So another one is to empower girls on retrogressive behaviors. That is one. In Baringo County, we still have very many dropouts because of lack of enough education And so that is what we have been trying to do. So I am going to be brief in one. First of all, we were assisted, we wrote our proposals, and the FGM board recognized us, and we were assisted all the way from 2014 until 2018. And then, kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na ile akili vizuri, tumekuwa tukifanya tukianguka, lakini tulijaribu sana. From 2018, we were able to host more than 300 girls in Marigat Secondary School. And then in 2019, we hosted in Parwesa High School, more than 300 also, and we really made a difference. And then in 2022, we were able to meet with the Jumuiya Women Fund. We were introduced by our chair lady, who we love so much because she really did a lot to us. And up to this day, we are so happy with the Jumuiya Women Fund. One, we have really benefited from the Jumuiya Women Fund from, number one, we were able to receive funds. We were able to we were able to host more than 200 girls in Salawa Primary, in Salawa Primary, that is St. Mary's Secondary School, and our chair from Jumuiya Women Fund graced the occasion, and we were so happy. I think she's my witness, because when I saw her yesterday, I was so happy. And then from there, we continued to get that help from the Jumuiya Women Fund. We were able to be given seedlings. We were able to empower women. Tukaweka seedlings, tukatengeneza, alafu wamama waliweza kupanda hizo seedlings, and we extended until the Salawa part, mpaka huko Kiboino, mpaka Kabarnet, and we were so happy. Hata saa hii tunaendelea, bado tunaendelea. Alafu we are also happy because of the Jumuiya Women Fund, because of the cash transfer. We were able to assist more than 65 women through the Jumuiya Women Fund, through cash transfer. And those women, as we speak, they are so happy. So receive greetings from them. They are so happy. Kama wangekuwa na uwezo, vile tulimwambia tunakuja hapa, tungekuja wote. We could have hired a pass na tungecha hapa, lakini next time. Alafu, mwisho, sitaki ni seme mambo mengi. We have also benefited by receiving the laptops. Na sasa tunachezea, tunaendelea kuchezea. Na we are going to write as many proposals as we can, as possible. Na tunaomba tutembee na nyinyi. Tunaomba tutembee na nyinyi, mutuonyeshe njia, so that Baringo can come up and be seen in Kenya. So that Baringo women can get enough education, so can get enough sensitization, and can go far, because mama ndio nguzo ya kila kitu kwa nyumba. Thank you so much. Sijasimama mbele ya watu wengi. Thank you so much.
All right. Let's appreciate Kanete Chepto. Kanete Chepto. All right, sawa. Hata mimi sijazoea, but it's sawa. But you're doing so well. Thank you so much for sharing that. Feel free to share, by the way, kwa language yote about, hata kama ni kwa lugha. Translators wako hapa, wewe iseme, bora ingie nyumbani. Yeah, usijiwekelee kwa hizi advancing and strengthening mechanism and localization languages hizi. the ecosystem. Sawa, so asante sana. Kwa hivyo tumebaki na wawili. Next tuko na our sister Rachel from New Caliet. Pia wewe unataka hapo. All right. And then last but not least we shall have Kapsaret Self-Help Group. So Rachel, karibu.
Thank you very much. As you have heard, my name is Rachel Mbuvi, New Caliet Secretary from Elgeyo Marakwet, Kimwarel. New Caliet is a group of young ladies and old women whereby we sat down, looked forward, and came up with a project of what we need to do in future and what we need to do to help each and everyone in the communities. So we came up with an idea to upgrade our goats, of which it's indigenous. We have the indigenous goats over there. So we said we need to upgrade them because the breed is not that pleasing as for now. So we went for the Gala goats. We went for them because Gala goats, they mature fast. Milk production is excellent. Meat supply pia iko sawa. So we wrote a proposal to Jumuiya Women Fund, of which we are very much thankful to them. We got our fund. We went for the goats. Went to Isiolo, by the way. We brought them goats there. We made sure we are going to do it as a group, not distribution to each and every member. So we bought them, we brought them in, we got this next fund, we added our goats, then we said we have to meet other women who need to upgrade theirs. We took the bags, we gave them to them, of which the breeds now are improving, and they are just so pleased because what we get from the goats, it's much more than we expected. In additionally to that, we also face challenges, for example, diseases, adaptive measures over there. The place is very like Ukambani ×2. So we just need that place. The goats are adapting slowly, so we are just being patient with productivity at the end of the day. So our main theme and what makes us stick together is the passion and patience we have in the group. We distributed the male goats to different families, whereby they are crossbreeding with the other villages and communities over there. And they are happy with the products of what they are getting. In addition to that, Gala goats are more expensive than the local goats. So the cash flow is also pleasing, and we are always happy to it because after the sale, after the sale, we get like double of what we should have got after selling our indigenous goats. Our future perspective is to see, like, we market ourselves, like do you hear about the Kimwarel, whatever, auction? We are aiming at that, and that is our goal, and we are focused to it. Thank you very much, Jumuiya. So far, so good. We are great. Your laptop is really helping us. We are doing a lot with it, and we are grateful. And everyone there is just saying, Jumuiya, even other women over there, they long to see you. You know, you are the only group who have marketed you there, and we are willing for you to come so that you can interact with them and see you, and we can do marketing more than you could have expected. Thank you very much, Jumuiya.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Let's appreciate her one more time. Asante sana. The laptop is doing wonders. Here, Apple. Oh, sorry. Next time there might be bigger things. You never know. So keep praying for Jumuiya women. Kwa hivyo nashukuru sana. Mwangu karibu sana kutoka Kapseret.
Bwana asifiwe. Amen. Kabla sijaongea, mniruhusu niweze kukumbuka my hero, that is Wesley. Ndio niweze kuongea. Thank you God. Okay, nimeweza kumkumbuka kwa ajili ya kitu moja. Sisi Kapseret Disabled tulianza 2007. I'm the chair lady of Kapseret Disabled Self-Help Group. Kitu ya kwanza nimemkumbuka hero wangu akiwa na Milka. Nimeweza kumkumbuka hero wangu na Milka because sio rahisi kwa mtu kama mimi mtu akuje mpaka kwangu. Walikuja kwangu wakanitafuta. Kawaida wasingisho kwa watu wananielewa Judith kwa kelele ambaye huwa anapiga. Nafikiri hata Joelina anajua. Huwa anapiga kelele kwa ajili ya wamama walemavu. Vile naangalia hapa wasingisho mambo ya walemavu yendi sawa. Utaweza pata kule mashinani watu wapate information. So ni kwa nini nikaingia mambo ya walemavu? Mimi nilikuwa community health volunteer wakati huo na sasa mimi ni community health promoter. So katika ile hali ya kutembea nyumba kwa nyumba, ukapata watu wako na shida sana. Unapata hao severe disability, unapata wazazi wao mama anateseka, akibeba mtoto akimuingiza nje na hakuna vile anafanya. So ningeweza kwanza kushukuru jumuiya, manake walitulink na rafiki ambaye ni African Action Fund. Waliweza wakatusaidia kweli, na mbeleni sisi tulianza hatukungoja tusaidiwe kwanza, tulijisaidia. Nilinunulia watu kondoo, kila mtu akona kondoo that is stopper. Na unapatia mwingine ikizaa anapatia mwingine. Hiyo ni tukasema hatutaki kuomba. Then bado nakakaa kidogo Milka ndio huyo. I salute you Milka. I salute you Sophie. I salute you Emma. I salute you Helen and Davidson. Nataka kusema hivi. Wakati Milka alipokuja kwangu, alikuja kule nilikuwa na mtoto wangu. Msichana akaja akatuambia, nikakwenda sijaongea siku moja kwa mkutano. Hata hivi ninaona ni ajabu sana mimi kwa panel kama hii kuongea. Ni ajabu sana. Sijawahi kuwa kwa panel kama hii. Kweli nimewahi kuwa mheshimiwa area hii, yes, councillor, unajua. MC anajua. Lakini si rahisi upate ya kwamba ukiwa katika county ama uongozi wote unasema kitu ya walemavu watu kuone. Kwanza mimi ninapoongea macho yangu ni makengeza. Naweza ongea na huyu, anafikiri naongea na ule. Sasa hiyo ni ulemavu ngapi niko naye? Lakini ninashukuru sana group yangu ya walemavu saizi wa mama walifika mbali. Tuliweza kufanya advocacy ya women right, tukatembea na kina Emma, tukaongea na kina Davidson, tukatembea na my hero. So hiyo tulifika mashinani ambayo watu hawajaona kitu kama hiyo. International Day sisi hatukusherehekea ati town, tulienda mashinani tukaanza kusherehekea. Witness wangu ni Emma. Watu walifurahi. So ni kwa sababu gani? Kueneza ya kwamba mama mlemavu anaweza fanya kitu. Si ati hawezi. Ulemavu ni mkono, lakini tuko na akili. So hii akili tunatumia, ndio tunatumia. Kule mashinani ukipata mambo ya kamiti, siku hizi ni mambo ya kufanya watu wanachaguliwa mashinani. Lakini ukipata pale Judith, nitangangania sana. Na nitangangania mlemavu apate kiti. Hata katika makamiti hizi za agriculture nini, mimi niko pale. Ni kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu ya sauti ya kelele. Napenda kupiga kelele kwa sababu tujulikane. Hatuwezi kanyagiwa chini. Kwa sababu gani? Na sisi ni wanadamu. Kama ni kula tunakula kama nyinyi. Kama ni kufanya nini tunafanya. So mimi ya Masaki niongee. Hebu niwekee kitu moja hapa ndio mjue. Niwekee tu ka clip hapo yenye ndio mjue pale tuko. Na kushukuru sana Milka. Na najua Mahiro aliniambia kwamba hatutaitwa Kapseret Disable. Anataka ni no thrift. So Milka, nafikiri hiyo utatekeleza na tutatembea pamoja. Tutafanya mambo ya no thrift hata tufike Afrika mzima. Kwa maana hiyo ilikuwa ni yake. Aliniambia wakati juzi nikimpigia simu nilikuwa na mtoto ICU. Akaongea akaniambia ningekusaidia, lakini aliomba Mungu wake akaniambia, Judith, nataka nisaidie watu kama wewe. Sijui kwa nini. Alisema nataka kusaidia mtu kama wewe. Kuna kitu angeanza. Na still Milka, Sophie, kanyageni hapo. Kwa that hero. Hiyo kitu, hiyo ndoto isiishe. Tuchezee tu hiyo. Sitaki kuongea mingi mimi. Kwa ajili nikiongea nasikia vitu zingine. Nasikia tu. Tuchezee hiyo clip. Hiyo.
So you guys we can appreciate them so that they can also watch. Sindio? Asante sana, tuwapigeni makofi. Thank you for the good work. Thank you so much, Ma'am Judy, for that. Asante sana. We appreciate. Tunataka kuwatch. Ndio nilitaka mkae pande hii at least tuone. Alafu yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for the good work you're doing kule mashinani. We can attest, and from your stories there's a lot you're doing there. So we want to appreciate you. So as the sound crew works on that, once it's ready, you can give me a cue.
All right.
Yeah. We'll be moving very swiftly to the resourcing solutions for sexual reproductive health and GBV, transforming funding models to drive advocacy and service delivery. So this is going to be a panel discussion.
Madam Linda, I hope we will work together. Mambo ya disability katika kaunti yetu tafadhali. Asante.
Trust me, your department is very, very active. That department is no joke. And we really want to appreciate them. If only we had enough resources to support them. Asante. Okay, so... So as you work on that, of course, just try and see if it is working. Ni sauti tu, otherwise kila kitu iko sawa. Unajua kuconnect sauti huko na huku pia lazima ikuwe balanced. Hapo ni Homecraft. Smart. It wasn't smart. Oh. No, okay. Yeah, ni hiyo kuunganisha from computer to nini kwa projector. Na ukiweka microphone kwa Ina peak pande hii. Okay. Unajua nyingi pia zimeconnectiwa kwa cameras, ndio nasikia inatoa huko. Okay, so just work on it. Ikikuwa ready utatuambia, kwa sauti pia tunataka kusikia. Sisi ni kama wanakwaya, tutasikiza maneno, tutasikiza
ili kuonesha watu ya kwamba sisi kama women in living disability is not an ability. Tunaweza fanya.
So Madam Winnie,
tunatoa voice.
Okay.
Ya mimi naitwa Judith Cherpet. Mimi ndio founder wa Catherine Disabled Self-Help Group Women, na leo tumekuwa na International Day for Women. Tumesherehekea vizuri sana na tumefanyia grassroots, ambapo watu wa mama walemavu wafiki kwa masherehe kubwa kubwa. Tukakuja mashinani ili tuweze kupata wamama wengine walemavu washerekee na sisi, na pia tukasherekea na wamama wengine. Hii siku imefana sana na hata watu wakafurahi, wakasema ya kwamba hawajaiona kitu kama hii. Kwa hivyo wakaona ya kwamba kumbe women with disability wanaweza kufanya kitu. Imekuwa ni maajabu. Tumekuwa na wageni na members wa Catherine Disabled. Tumekuja ili kuonesha watu ya kwamba sisi kama women living with disability, disability is not inability. Tunaweza kufanya kitu. Sasa tunatoa voice ya women living with disability, ili wajue ya kwamba huyu mama mwenye anaishi na ulemavu ana nguvu. Huyu mama mwenye anaishi na ulemavu ni kama mwingine. Hata huyu mama mwenye anaishi kwa ulemavu anaweza hata pewa wadhifa mbalimbali katika serikali ama katika county. Kwa hivyo impact yenye hii imeleta sasa hivi ni maajabu. Tunataka kushukuru hata wadhamini wetu, tunawashukuru hata jumuiya, tunashukuru vijana ambao tunafanya kazi wote kwa kutusaidia mpaka pale tumefika. Tunashukuru, tunasema ni Mungu.
Thank you. You know, ukienda imerudi. Ukienda abroad waambie do a presentation as short as that. You remember what Helen had put there? It just gives the whole overview of what you're supposed to talk. Now visuals work magic. Was that an Emma production? No, it was not an Emma production. Okay, sawa. Thank you so much. But doing well so far. All right, Madam Winnie, you are the one holding us between here and lunch. So over to you, karibu.
Clap for that wonderful team. I almost felt I stigmatized them with the time, but we are training. Sawa sawa. Tomorrow you will be called to go and do a presentation in Canada, and you are told 5 minutes. You have to master the arts. So as they empower us and give us platform, we also use it to build our communication skills. And we also increase our chances of being good communicators. But you guys are doing amazing. So Jumuiya, now going further, we need to train them on documenting and sharing success stories, so that within a clip of, if you are given an opportunity, 5 minutes, umambo ndio huyu governor amesimama. Mnajua venye huwa upewi time na unaambiwa umepewa dakika 2 tu kusema chenye unafanya. What will you say? What is that thing that you will choose to say? Tuko pamoja Cherop. Umepewa 5 minutes, 2 minutes na governor. What is that thing you will choose to say that will take everybody's mind and they will fund you immediately? So that's the question I want you to have. 2 minutes only, and you have to complete that. So my panel team, kindly take up your seats. So we have a representative from Ampath. Welcome. We have Bosset Foundation. We have Kana Girls Rescue. And we have Ladies Heart Foundation. I know we have very limited time, But just to give some background, when we talk matters sexual reproductive health rights, we have to understand where we are coming from. So can I have your attention? Can I have your attention as they take up their seats? So when we talk matters sexual reproductive health, we are talking about fulfillment of all aspects of physical, emotional, mental, social well-being related to sexuality and reproductive. We are talking about having the rights fully attained. And SRHR encompasses access to comprehensive sexual reproductive health services, the rights to make decisions about our body and reproductive health, prevention and treatment of sexual transmitted diseases, STIs, and also HIV/AIDS. We are talking about mental health care, including the safe pregnancy and childbirth. We are talking about addressing gender-based violence and promoting gender equality. So we are still within our dream. We are still within the space that we are talking about. Now, just to highlight, I still need your attention. When you are talking, I am just making a basis of where the discussion will be because of the short time that we have. So just to bring us to speed, our region. Now we've been talking about building a movement, and I like that the conversation all along is about movement building. And I think, as we said, we will launch several movement buildings today. And the direction that we are going in, as much as we want to call ourselves North Rift, whatever the region, we can also break those regions and create our own region with our own definition and form our own that can encompass all of us and from different counties. So in Kenya, we still have 355 deaths per 100,000 for maternal mortalities. In Uasin Gishu County, we had in 2023 18% of adolescent girls who got pregnant. We still have high stigma, especially among our girls, when it comes to even access to services. We still have cultural barriers and practices such as FGM, which are still exposing our girls and women. And we still have resistance to modern contraceptives. So we are talking about everything to do with sexual reproductive health rights. And my team today are people who are, should I say, they are skilled, they have been in the space, they understand in one way or the other through their organizations. They are doing one or two things on matters sexual reproductive health. And I wouldn't take a lot of time. I'll go straight. So you will forgive me, the way we always run panel discussion is not... Do we have a microphone somewhere here? So the way we always drive panel discussion is not how we will do this one. So we will switch with time. That tells me that Jumuiya, we need 3 days for the conference. So, because we have a lot of stories to share. You agree with me, Cindy? Yes, we really want to hear the stories of these women, the stories of change, so that we can carry with it. So, sexual reproductive health issues and rights issues in our region require an urgent attention and strategic investments. And addressing these challenges will improve health outcomes, empower communities, and contribute to sustainable development. If we are to talk about women and equality, we cannot leave out SRHR. Now, what are some of the innovative models that we as a country, or even as a county within this region, can adopt to reduce reliance and consistent donor funding for SRHR program? That goes to our ladies of heart. What are those models that you think that we can be able to borrow and adopt? And I want you to tackle all your 2 possible questions at a go as I give you. Sawa sawa, so that I don't take time asking and we save on time. What we are going to do, we want to create a small time for us to give contribution for SRHR because it is touching on all of us. But they have some background questions that are supposed to still build on our theme. So I'll let the team flow. However, I will be there with my timer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So having talked yesterday about the work that we do, I'll go straight to talking about the innovative models, and I'll use 2 examples from which are experiences in my county. So in Bomet County, the last 2 months, we've lost a case of a child and a case of an adult where in the referral hospital there was negligence and it resulted in the death of those people. And one of the events that I attended where a politician was talking, he mentioned something that I felt like it was quite wrong, but it's something to really think about. He said, the problem with our county, I don't have facts about this, but I'm just reporting what he said. So he said the problem with our county is that the governor has taken so much bribes, even into the health department, that even if it's time to sack someone, because negligence that results in death should lead to someone being sacked and even like court proceedings and all that. But now because money has been taken even from the health department, it's so hard to sack someone because they're like, okay, we gave you the money, you're part of the problem. So this person was insinuating that health problems should be left alone, that if you want to engage in a corrupt dealings or something, you should probably go to something like tourism, which is still wrong, but it doesn't directly affect the lives of people. When you look at Kericho County Health Act, it states that, part of the act states that revenue that comes in from the T-zones is supposed to cater for maternal health for women in dispensaries and county hospitals around the hospital. This narrows down to budgeting. Using these two examples, if budget is allocated from the revenues such as taxes, levies, and all that from the counties, then it's important to ensure that these budgets in counties are strictly adhered to, so that at the end of the day, things like insurance, things like SHA shift that is paid for by people, or people who do not have jobs get to be catered for as they explain it, then there should be a way of explaining it and being able to explain where those funds go to. Regarding the example of Bomet County, then it's important to ensure that we have results-based funding in our counties, where the quality of work that you do should reflect the amount of money that you allocated. For example, if Jumuiya Women Fund is supporting all of the grassroots movements, then you'll expect the allocation will be quite higher than the allocation that's going to grassroots movements. So ideally, incorporating and making sure that budgets consider this health, because SRHR is under health, and also being able to use that amount in a very good way, transparent way. You said I go to the next question so I can tackle both of them. So impactful ways where, impactful ways of how we can integrate SRHR funding with broader development goals such as poverty reduction and gender equality. Yesterday over tea break, I interacted with one of our colleagues who is inside here, and he told me that he works in the probation department. I think he can just wave. Yeah, he's really doing a good job. Ideally, that's what should happen in all areas of our counties. That if we are talking about SRHR, we have people in the probation department or people in that ministry. If we are talking about SRHR, let's have people in the economic empowerment sector as part of the conversation, so it becomes a whole complete thing. That's why during our funding from Jumuiya Women Fund, we had SRHR and still hands-on skills, so that the women are able to cater for their needs around SRHR. We also need to look at policy advocacy, ensuring that policies align with the needs of the community. Yeah, if we are talking about introduction of family planning to people in rural Kenya who do not know, people don't know that family planning in government hospitals is as low as 100 bob, and they are qualified, and some are non-hormonal, so it can really work for them. So we need to go down, get to understand those cultural barriers. A good example is, right now in Bomet County, we have cases of FGM, something that was not there in the past. And the reasoning of those people is all of a sudden now women cannot make ugali for them if they have not gone through that process. So you go to court proceeding regarding FGM and realize that the man or the husband has come with 50,000. He sold land way before he let his wife to go for FGM, knowing that this is the one that's going to be needed in court. Like, it's that bad. So we need to find these cultural barriers, get to find solutions for this. So if we find solutions to these cultural barriers, it becomes a whole complete cycle. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, Boset, what are some of the collaborative approaches that we can use to pull our resources together, ensure that we invest in SRHR, and looking at how our budget making process is, do we have policies that can support this, or how can we bring on board youth and women and still engage in the innovative ways in planning for SRHR implementation across board?
Thank you so much. My name is Jepcheshir Boset from Boset Foundation, a foundation that deals with teenage advocacy, sexual reproductive health, and rape culture, and femicide, and gender-based violence activism. So on the aspect of how can we pool resources and prioritize SRHR, you realize that we have 47 counties, and every county has their own civil societies, and they have policies for their respective counties. I think the best thing is for us to harmonize policies across the counties in the country, so that it can eliminate barriers that help us access services that leverage SRHR. Also, we need to leverage economies of scale by jointly procuring SRHR and gender-based violence supplies. For instance, you find the issue about contraceptives, sanitary, is quite a task. So if we have, the way she said, if we have a straightforward procuring aspect that can be channeled, so that it can help us reduce costs and also improve the supply chain effectiveness. The gender committees that are in Bunge should try and incorporate us who are outside talking about the SRHR, because we are the ones who are going out there to do civic education. We are the ones who are on the ground listening to every aspect that the issues of the people are having. So you find we have a huge gap between the policy makers and the implementers and the policy suggesters. We suggest what we want to be done, but they are the ones who make the laws and implement the laws. If we don't bridge the gap between us and them, it becomes quite a task to set the record straight on SRHR and what really affects us. So it is very important for the policy makers to incorporate committees that really are hands-on the SRHR stuff, instead of just them imagining things. And if we can do that countrywide, come together as 47 representatives of each and every, and have one joint thing, because we realize the government is always funded for this. But where does the money go? It doesn't come to us, it goes to other things. Somebody yesterday said, I don't know if I can bring the word correctly, but he said, or she said, when the money reaches the table, the woman issues disappear. So we need to get rid of that, so that when the money kama tuko SRHR, tukue SRHR. Usikue SRHR because umeona kuna chance ya the elephant in the room. Have the solution solving at heart. Make sure that you're solving a situation. Isikwe kama the way Emma said earlier in the morning, when the funds end, what next? Do you close up? Do you close up? No, you figure out another way to kwa kama river. Leo river hii channel yake kifungwa inatafuta njia ingine na inaendelea kuflow. And lastly, I'll say we need to incorporate lived experiences. And by incorporating the lived experiences, we need to solve the real needs of women and youth. For instance, right now, the real issues we have of women is climate mobility. Climate mobility, especially in the rural areas, ni the aspect that we said yesterday. The moderator aliuliza the issues are women on soil. You realize most rural areas wanna depend on the soil, and it is the soil. If it is contaminated today, if there is floods, it will force these people to move from one place to another. So people tend to move. Either you're moving in search of pasture, you're moving in search of new livelihood, but there is something that is forcing you. So you find also violence and all the things that we've mentioned earlier contribute to the real lived experiences that we're having. And the youth, we have drugs, substance abuse, we have raha, we have joblessness. So if as a society or an NGO, we are supposed to address something, let's address the real issue that affects someone, that pinches us on the shoes, and not just having the youths for the purpose of solving other issues. Let's solve the problem on the table. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Bosset, for highlighting that we don't need youths to just feel and the space, but also for purposes of change. Now, mentioning about the policies and the money that we believe it, we always say we have money. By the way, SRHR is one area that has been well funded. Dennis, being in the private sector, in the private space as Empath, I always call Empath Big Brother. When Mercy was presenting, we talked of 7 trillion in our budget that always is taken care of by the private sector. So what is this role of the private sector? What role does the private sector play when it comes to complementing government efforts in ensuring that we deliver SRHR services in the remote areas specifically? I want to feel the approach when it talks about the remote areas. Then I want to also look at how can counties within the region also leverage on the national and international funding opportunities that we have to address this maternal mortality that we have and the teenage pregnancies that we have. And being in that space for quite some time, are there challenges that you might be facing, even if it means challenges that are because of the government bodies that we have? Because after here, we are coming up with action points. What are these action points for the government when on matters SRHR can we take up? Thank you.
Okay, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Dennis Malaysia. I work for Empath, specifically for a department called OVC, which is Orphans and Vulnerable Children. And maybe for those who are new to Empath, Empath is basically a consortium between Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Moi University School of Health, and a consortium of other universities in US. And we are generally focused on health matters, and therefore our greatest partner is the government, national and county, through the Ministry of Health and other line ministries. Now, having said that, there is a huge question here about the issue of the role of private sector partnerships in complementing government efforts to fund and deliver SRHR services in remote areas. Now, one thing to note is that AMPATH has its presence both in urban and in rural areas of mainly, when we talk about the North Rift counties or the Noreb counties, we are talking about Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, and Elgeyo Marakwet. So these are the areas where the private sector can complement government efforts to fund and deliver SRHR services in remote areas. One, financing, financial support, and investment. And this could be done by ensuring that the funds allocated through private sector reaches the remotest areas of the counties. This could mean maybe also aligning of the CSRs to ensure that we are prioritizing the remote areas of our counties. Another way is by innovative financial methods. And this would mean maybe innovations that focus mainly on solving problems of SRHR in the remote areas. Now, secondly, we could also take part through technology and innovation. And this has been greatly impactful, especially through the delivery of medicines by a drone, and that is happening currently. It was just, launched just the other day. And there are other ways, for example, using the riders to ensure that maybe ARVs or other medicines are delivered to very convenient areas in the remote areas. So those are the key innovations, and there is still a lot of potential in this space of technology and innovation. I know there are other things that are coming up through the private sector and government partnership. Another thing is through supply chain and logistics. And we know there are medical supplies that need to reach the remote areas. And we know also that we have had challenges of logistics, and that has been hampering what someone talked about, the issue of uptake of maybe ART and other programs. So in this area, private partnerships can enable the delivery or logistics of medical supplies to the remotest areas of each of our counties, and thereby influence the issue of uptake and retention. And another thing is partnerships with local providers, and therefore we have some of our facilities, some of the government facilities which AMPATH is also serving, and we have also ensured that there are revolving fund pharmacies in all those facilities. And I believe that is a milestone in the issue of ensuring that we are delivering on SRHR to our rural populations. Something else, it revolves around ensuring capacity building or capacitating of local and community structures. It would be very difficult to ensure that we are delivering some of these services to our local communities if we are not able to use the local people themselves, because of the issues of ownership and the issues of trust. We know that health issues or issues to do with the sexual reproductive health sometimes are very personal and also to some extent confidential. And therefore, when we are dealing with this, we recognize that you must use people that are trusted, and those are local community persons. And therefore, if you capacitate them, on the programs that are supposed to be delivered, on the services that are supposed to be delivered, this will really influence results and outcomes. Something else, I am actually trying to really manage my time. Data collection and research, and This, let every conversation be about SRHR. Collect and share data, accurate data that is. And I'm sad to say that sometimes our data is not very accurate. And I want to say this, and it is so sad that some of our counties are losing on very serious international programs due to issues of data. Like in Nandi, we lost a USAID program due to inaccurate data, where the counties were indicating that there is no HIV, the issues of the impacts have already been dealt with, and we are all good. And that is what USAID used to say, if it is remaining just 1.2 or 1.4, now you can handle this on your own. So we are saying that the NOREP counties really need to get the correct data so that we can really influence the change. Number 2, capacitate healthcare providers, and this has been going on. I am here to report that CHPs have been trained on issues of health and so many other issues, universal health care and so many other issues of health. So we must continue to address those issues through capacitating or training of staff. We have the issue of building synergies and collaboration. Synergies must be identified and strategically and intentionally be established to address the issue of SRHR. Something else, progressive policy, enactment and implementation. So we must look at the policy. All our counties must look and align the policy. The policies to respond to issues of SRHR, and we are the people. We must sit in those boardrooms, we must sit in those community engagement meetings and ensure that the policy responds to SRHR. Something else, we must maintain, the counties must maintain healthy engagement. It shouldn't be a one-off issue. The reason why HIV is still an issue is because you can remember maybe in the early 2000s and the late 90s, there was campaigns all over the place, even in Kalenjin language, in Luya language, but then it was just like a one-hit wonder. It was done maybe in 5 years, and then everyone forgot about it as if we had eliminated HIV. But now we are saying we must sustain those healthy engagements on these. Something else, we are talking about fund matching. Our counties make CIDPs, ADPs, and PBBs every year. We must ensure that funds are allocated to match maybe the national or international programming towards SRHR. And lastly, participate in RFPs, RFS, LOEs. We must ensure that we get enough data and information of when these things are announced, and therefore encourage our people, maybe the county second, even our organizations, to submit proposals for funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dennis. I think I gave him a lot of questions and in a wide perspective because I wanted us to exhaust their expertise in the space of SRHR. Now, we've talked about the innovative ways, we've talked about how we have to get into the real issues. And by this time, I think we agree that, not that we don't know the SRHR issues, we know them. Sinukweli, we really know them. When we talk of HIV issues, we really know the HIV issues. When we talk of gender violence issues, we really know them. As CBOs or as grassroots organizations, we play a key role in ensuring that implementation takes shape. From the Kana Girls organization, we just want to hear, do we have a way or a strategy that we can influence how government gender responsive strategies are? We keep talking about let's put money for SRHRs, let us put money for gender. Do we have an accountability plan? Do we have a transparency plan? And what Dennis talked about data, by the way, that is data transparency. And it's not only in Nandi County, in Uasin Gishu we lost also our funding because of data issues. So when we talk of accountability, it is not only on matters money. It is equally transparency on matters, the true reflection of what we have in the community. Being a grassroots community, you are the people who really understand what is happening at the lowest level. You are the same people who can influence implementation at the grassroots level. What can you tell us about accountability and transparency when it comes to gender responsiveness, and how can we hold the county government accountable for that matter?
Thank you so much, Madam Winnie. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Victor Chochoi. I'm here on behalf of the director, Kana Girls Rescue Home. Kana Girls Rescue Home, it is situated in Baringo County, Tiati East Sub-County. The rescue home was initiated in the year 2002, and it was fully registered in the year 2005 with Ministry of Social Services and Ministry of Social Services. So far, we've been able to transition more than 200 girls. And the reason why the girls are running to the rescue home, they run because of challenges to do with FGM, child marriage, child labor, and child defilement. I will just go straight to the question. If I could have enough time, I will tell you more about Kana. So, about the advocacy groups and community-based organization, and on the influence, how they can influence county government to adopt gender-responsive budgeting for SRHR. One, there is need to conduct a needs assessment. By so doing, or this includes a gender analysis of issues that affects program implementation and uptake. Two, gathering supplementary information. It is also good for the county government and the advocacy groups to gather supplementary information. This is on sociocultural and economic factors that can hinder the services or the services to do with SRHR. Number three, it's also good for the community. It's also good for the advocacy groups to involve stakeholders. These include community members, people living with HIV/AIDS, and NGOs, because they will also play a key role in providing information, more information on the people who are affected by SRHR. Again, it's also good to do networking and sharing knowledge. By so doing, it will help the government to be able to account for the agenda-related promises, because at times the government makes promise a lot about this SRHR, and they are not able to implement. Also, it is good in highlighting recommendations. The community, the county government and the community-based organization, it is good for them to highlight recommendation and advice. By so doing, they will be able to be working through organizations like WHO. Also, it is good for them to join the Kenya Gender Budget to stakeholders who engage in gender-focused advocacy work. The next question, what mechanisms can be put in place to ensure accountability and transparency in the use of allocated SRHR funds at the county level? One, it is good to monitor the progress of the SRHR affected people. Again, it is good to establish clear goals and objectives of the SRHR. Also, It's good to define roles and responsibilities. Documentation and reporting is also it's also good for that case. And also, it is also good to build trust by encouraging feedback from the SRHR affected people. Any question?
Thank you so much. So, Madam CEO, nitafanya application ya more time in future, in our second. So, there are key things that I want us to take before I give them chance to say one word in 1 minute each. If you are clearly following, by now we agree that we have cultural barriers that are directly affecting our SRHR. Sini ukweli?
Yes.
They have highlighted on the need to have civic education and community engagement. We agree with that, sindio? So as we walk out, we are also agreeing that we need to have plans on how engagement on matters SRHR, on the need of policy development. And I like what Boss said. We have people who are gender representative in the national of what we are going through as a community. There is disparity. And that's why when it comes to even funding, when it comes to allocation, your solutions for FGM should be legal representative at the national level. See, it's true. So that it informs even budgeting, it informs funding. So we need to bridge this gap either way. So being the community eye, we need to look for a strategy on how we can bridge it. So that as we even talk of policy development, what are these policy developments? What are going to inform the policy development? So among the action points we have to come up with, we are going to inform policy development, but how? And how do we ensure that the key community issues are taken in place? We need to advocate for gender responsive budgeting. I think if there is a department that is under budgeted, is the gender. We agree to that, Cindy. And that is why even now when we are crawling, we want to begin the boy-child engagement. But where's the money? Hatujui mahali hiyo pesa iko, si ni ukweli? So we need to amplify our voices when it comes to the budgeting. And budgeting, like my sister, I'm looking for your name. Yes, you. Yes, Bernadine spoke about budget making process. I want to challenge each one of us. Na hii ni sisi wote, mpaka my senior directors. How many of us are taking part in the budget making cycle? Nani amewahi take part in the budget making process? No, yes, it was, but even the previous ones. How many of us have ever taken part in it? So we have less than half the house. A quarter actually. And we are here talking about we need to have gender responsive budgeting. Will we achieve? So we are the champions here, but we are never taking part when it comes to resource allocation. Now we are the experts here who should be informing the community on what to budget for when it comes to SRHR. But sisi tumekaa, tunawacha watu wenye wanaenda kufanya budgeting ni wale wanashikilianga pillars ya center kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni. They don't understand what happens in SRHR. They don't understand what happens in GBV space. They don't understand anything that happens in the discussions we are putting here. So who will inform budgeting now if you are not there? So it's a call to action to us. Sawa sawa. That we need to talk there. We walk there, talk. We talk a lot and sometimes we forget to take actions about it. We talk about we want to increase funding. As we think of funding outside, we also need to do allocation of funding inside our home. Sawa sawa. So next ADP, we should be talking about allocations that have been put to gender. See, that is true. Yes. Then we can now start dreaming that we are almost getting there. But before then, we are still far. If we get donors pulling out, my friend, we go back to FGM square one. We go back to gender-based violence, ile ya kuchapu hata katikati ya town, because we don't have money to support that. So we have to ensure that we look at our gender-responsive budgeting process and ensure that we influence that budgeting process. Partnership and collaboration. They have talked loud about partnership and collaboration. We've had a culture whereby in the NGO space we are fighting within ourselves. Siyo ni ukweli? And we are here advocating for partnership and networking outside. But in our own village, we cannot do what? We cannot collaborate. So we have to talk about it. That we are going to initiate movement, that we agree that we are going to have a collaboration strategy. We have to come up, and I like we said that our hero talked of, he wanted a collaboration. And we are talking about making a network or a movement and bringing on board the collaboration aspect. Across board, can we even begin with home? We can talk of this region, the counties that are here under Jumuiya. Then we expand. Then we talk of gender network that is national. Of course, we already have the international ones. We already have the national one that is dictated, that is not talking about what we are facing. So we need to talk about how we can collaborate and ensure we embrace partnership. And lastly, innovations. We have the digital space that is going on. If we are to improve SRHR, it is one department that is still lagging behind when it comes to the innovations, using of digitals. I was looking at there are some medicines that, the contraceptives that are now digitalized. Every time you need to take, there is a way they can activate and you are able to know that it's time to take this contraceptive. How can we ensure that it is still safe for our young tags who are so digitalized that they can access? What innovative ways can youth bring to us when it comes to contraceptive use for matters SRHR? So thank you so much, my people. I want to give you 1 minute each to just say your parting shot, and then we will clap for them as they go and sit. Thank you for taking the shortest time. Did you realize they took very minimal time? Yes, we had so many questions, but thank you so much. So back to you, 1 minute each.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think my parting shot will be, as we need to reimagine funding, as we need to reimagine the funding models to ensure advocacy and service delivery are effective and sustainable, we also need to realize that the traditional funding approaches often fall short because they rely on rigid short-term frameworks. So for that, we need to prioritize on long-term funding that empowers local woman-led grassroots initiatives. And a take-home for everyone is that it is critical to re-energize our own confidence, remind ourselves of the power that we wield in the sustained impact that we garner localized level, overcome our hesitancy to interrogate issues of trust, mutual respect, what is equilitical costing means when we are at the table with our NGOs, our partners, our friends, and we measure on 5 Ds, which is diversification, documenting. It is very important to document the way Madam Cherubet did. We decolonize everything that we do. We must be driven by results and discuss the momentum. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Mimi sina mengi. Sisi wenye tumekuwa na hafla tangu jana hapa, ningependa tuwe na yani tuweze kuwa ambassadors kwa wasichana wetu na kina mama pale nyumbani, kwa sababu tumeona kuna changamoto ambazo wanapitia. Tuko hapa tumetoka counties tofauti. Let us be ambassadors and let us support all networks ya wamama na all the safe houses wale wanadili na maneno ya wasichana na kina mama. Ni hayo tu. Alafu ukipata any network ama ukiona kuna challenge kidogo ama kama kuna kitu umeona mahali, kama sisi wenye tumetoka sasa Baringo County tuko wengi sasa, si umejua kuhusu kana, na sisi tunadili na maneno ya wasichana, nyinyi wengine mnadili na maneno ya kina mama. Tufanye kazi kwa umoja, tuache kubaguana, na kama kuna mahali wana share funds, let us work as a team. Tusikue na hii maneno ya kuna watu wako na roho nyingine mbaya, acha niseme tu. Tusikue kamati ya roho chafu, sawa? Tusaidiane, because we are doing this for the grace of God. Sindio? Basi Mungu awabariki.
So my parting shot is that let's continue to collaborate, work together, learn from each other, and exchange notes and everything, because we can all not pour from an empty cup, even as we continue to lead in the civil society space. Thank you.
So this is my last word for the day. First of all, I really want to thank Jumuiya Women Fund for this very enriching conference. And I want to say that we cannot start until we have started. So let us put the first step forward by ourselves. We cannot we cannot talk to the other people before we start. So let us start by ourselves individually, and then let us also, let all our organizations also start being the agents for GBV-free world, and promoting actually the issues of SRHR. Mother Teresa once said that if we all sweep our backyard, the whole city will be clean. So it starts with us. Thank you.
So thank you so much, my lovely panelists. Aya, simameni. Tayarisheni mikono. We are going to give them 5 factorial as they walk pole pole back to your venue. Aya, beba mzigo yako. Aya, warm your hands. We begin from 5. Aya, you can walk as we clap. Aya, 5. Thank you so much, TJ.
Okay. Thank you so much. And let's also appreciate Winnie for that session. In fact, I had almost thought it will end at 2 p.m., but at least you've tried and you've redeemed. And at least we now have some little time left. We're still redeeming it. So thank you so much. Okay, allow me to invite Madam Joywin. Or you can do it in the afternoon. Saisi ni sawa? After? Sawa, that's okay, during the closing. Okay, so thank you so much. After listenership, it's swallowship. Sunday is for fellowship. So we need to break for lunch. Viewers at home, we are going for lunch. Those watching us at home. All right, who is going to pray for lunch? I think Milkad ziko pale. Ziko? Yeah, you just pick Milkad as we go. So someone to pray for lunch, which is, as usual, served. I almost said Mwakenya, but I know you're well versed with the issues. The 3 questions that each of the teams is going to handle are things you already know. So we're just looking for how you're going to discuss within yourselves, and then we come back and present. It's more of like a way forward already. Tukimaliza hapo, we do closing remarks. That is how simple it is. Yeah. So, Madam Joyun, you wanted to say something before you leave, but sasa, usitoke, at least upeane, at least 10 minutes tu, zenye utakaa kwa group yako, wapatie yo Mwakenya kabla. Would you wish to do it from here or hapa? From here? Yeah. Okay, so thank you.
Niko na story. Nisombe. Nitakusumbua kidogo. Kama unaweza sija hapa. The leadership of Jumuiya Women Fund and the board of directors and all participants. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, so my name is Joy Winsang. I'm sure you've heard that being mentioned. I work for Uasin Gishu County Government in the larger Ministry of Education, Vocational Training, Gender, Culture, and Social Protection. But domicile in the Department of Gender, Culture, and Social Protection as a department. Did I lose you? Nimewapoteza? Yeah, the bigger ministry is inclusive of education and vocational training. Then it's divided into 2 departments, which is Gender, Culture, and Social Protection, Education, and Vocational Training. So I'm Director, Gender and Community Development. This directorate is about a year old. I'm saying that because every time someone went up there, they mentioned for how long they've been in existence. So as a directorate, we have been in existence for a year. But the beauty is that we are borrowing from the big sister, the State Department for Gender, who we are walking under their footsteps. Yes, so we are not lost, together with the partners who have come on board to support us. So I have sat here and had the privilege to listen in to the issues that were being mentioned. And of interest is I'm trying to understand and keep up with the NGO, what do you call it? Can you say jargon or terminologies? Yes, so I'm trying to catch up, and after catching up, I hope to keep up, because I know we are going to engage more each time, because as a directorate and as a government, we are embracing partnerships and collaborations. I really appreciate the Jumuiya Women Fund for what they are doing in the community, and the testimonies that have gone forth today has gone a long way to inform us of what is going on and the impact and the influence they have in the community. So these have not been just stories, but they are stories of success, they are stories of influence, and they are stories of change. And we are looking forward to more as we move forward. This has been also an eye-opener for us, and especially me as a director, and I'm sure my counterpart in national government, to just interact with the issues that have come forth. And the other thing that I realize also is that most of the things that are being discussed and the activities within the communities are some of the things that we have already captured and considered in our gender policy. So maybe before I say that is to say when we came into existence, the first step we took and identified is that we cannot work without a gender policy. So we embarked on working development of a gender policy, and we are 3/4 way. And this has not been our own effort as government or county government, but we have worked closely with our partners in this county, and we've received great support from the Uasin Gishu CSO network, whom have worked with us every step of the way to where we are. Yes. And we are not closing out anyone. We want to invite more partnerships, more collaborations, because as we realize, as we continue discussing, we realize we are serving the same populace. We are serving the community. This is the positions that God has given us in this time and this very moment for us to be able to give what we have back to our society. So we invite more partnerships and more collaborations, especially towards where we are, the 3/4 way we are going. We still have another 3 or 4 activities to the launch. And I know even after launching, we will need more collaborations in implementation of this document. And as I said, most of the things that we have discussed here have been captured in the policy document. So one of the things that we do majorly is advocacy and sensitization of the community concerning gender issues. And we are interested in ensuring that there is mainstreaming in all the county programs and departments, mainstreaming of gender issues. So, and besides that, our other major activity is networking and collaboration. And that is why we are here, just to offer ourselves to learn from the NGO world, and also for you to learn and understand government and see what is the best way to work around issues of gender. As a speaker here mentioned about the threesome, the community, the CSO or NGO, and government. And that is how it should work. And as a county, we are embracing that. There was a question, or just before I go there, we have an open door policy in the directorate. And you can walk in anytime. Our offices are in Pioneer, Homecraft. I'm sure the locals know where Homecraft is. Yes, and that's where our offices are. And another thing is, especially for Jumuiya Women Fund, we have a hall out there at Homecraft. And maybe one of the ways that we can partner together with is availing the hall when we need it at a subsidized rate because of the partnership that we have with you. And any other partner who would wish to have their meetings, if you feel that the resource that you have is not enough to make to have your programs in such a setup, we have our hall there. And since that is where gender is domiciled, we can discuss. Yes. Karibu. Yes. So a question was asked about FLOCA. I will just mention that FLOCA is a financing of local-led climate change action. Yes, it's jointly supported by national government under Treasury and World Bank together with other partners. And the main purpose is developing and implementing climate resilience programs within the community, and just ensuring that these are implemented also. I don't sit in any committee of FLOCA. we are discussing with the department, and that would be part of requesting for mainstreaming of gender so that the gender issues can be handled within the FLOCA program. But our chair, our CSO network chair, Madam Bernardine, sits in the committee, and I'm sure I'll give her an opportunity to explain further about what is going on. Because in Uasin Gishu, we work closely with our CSOs. So she sits in some of the committees to represent. You will guide on that. Yeah. Do you want to do it now?
So thank you so much, Madam Director. So clarification is, yes, we sit in one of the committees as Civil Society Network, but under the thematic of environment. So David Lele, who is the chair of the environment thematic group, actually sits in one of the committee. Under the FLOCA, just to mention, is that there are 4 committees, one that is called Climate Change Unit, that is at the top notch. And then we have a steering committee that is led by the Deputy Governor with some of the actors there. And then underneath the steering committee, we have the planning committee where now the 4 directors sits. Joanne, you've mentioned that the Directorate of Gender is not represented there, but however, they picked on the departments that align with climate issues. So we have the Environment Department, we have the Water Department, there is Agriculture Department and Livestock Department. However, we need to lobby now for gender representation, gender and youth across. But in those committees, we have representation now of those particular groups. So when you look at the planning committee at the county level, we have a representation of PWD, we have a representation of youth, and a representation of women. At the last level, at the low level of the committee is the ward climate committees. Each ward now has a climate committee, and in that particular climate committee, the elections were conducted, and one of the requirements was that there should be representation of the 3 sectors that I've mentioned: a youth, a PWD, and at least a woman. Someone asked earlier on, like, how do we benefit as women specifically in that particular fund? So we know the rollout is happening now. There are quite a lot of challenges that that are there. A challenge of capacity of these particular ward committees on implementation, and that the challenge of information trickling down to the communities. However, there will be a fund that will be set aside for particular groups to benefit from. And I think that is the information that we from the civil society now need to get from the government and sensitize our communities when that time comes. So all the organizations that are here, let's be on the lookout so that when such fund is out for call, we can now take advantage of that and continue to sensitize our communities on advancing the issues, climate action, basically. Thank you.
Sorry, just one thing. So she has talked of CSO and government. So the highest level for government is that climate change unit under the State Department of Climate Change in the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change. So what is yet to happen and is happening around this time when the civil society FLOCA conference happens, all these county reps are at least in place. Ideally, civil society is represented. But now there is need of APEX, a national APEX committee that will work now hand in hand with the National Climate Change Unit, so that it's a hand-in-hand partnership, because what the World Bank and government working together is supposed to do, it's supposed to be government and then also civil society participating, because I think intergovernmentals, as you're used to, they are a voice of citizens.
Probably an addition also is that for the civil society, you see we have the FLOCA in the world, but for the civil society we have Pan-African Climate Justice, which leads Africa. But in Kenya, we have the Kenya Climate Governance, which is in every region. So you could be members in every region, so members of the climate change, which is funded by PACCA, and that's where you can influence things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I can see we are well resourced. Yeah? Yeah, thank you very much for those clarifications. So in conclusion, I would just say that it is our duty in our time to give our resources, our ideas, our energies, advocacies in our areas, in our various positions of leadership to ensure sustainability in organizations, community activities, program, and economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director, for that. Let's appreciate her one more time. Thank you. And to all the directors in the department, both from the State Department and the county, for ensuring that this department is very, very vibrant. Madam Linda is, she left, eh? Yeah, Madam Tekla is here. So thank you so much for the good work, and I like the collaboration. Sometimes unasikia county wanasema hatutaki watu wa national government, but you guys have really worked together so well. We appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I'll just allow you to stay kidogo too in that team, and then you'll be able to leave, because I know you have to clear up with the office issues kwanza before utoke. So I'll welcome Madam Winnie back and Emma, so that we sort out on how we are going to go into our respective groups. Like I said before, nyini machopi, so I know you'll be able to do this very fast, and we come back and do the presentations and do the closing remarks, and then now let the weekend begin. Yeah, as you had already said. So welcome as we move to this next session.
Hamjambo? Hamjambo tena? You need your nasemaje attention and your smart, brilliant minds for this next session. So ukiangalia kwa program, after lunch, we want to divide ourselves in categories, lakini si category wale wamekula ugali na rice, category tofauti. Ama tuweke ugali na rice. Okay, so it is a session on a collaborative feminist funding agenda, and the topic there will be addressing the barriers that are hindering funding, and at the same time we are also going to be giving solutions. So with that, for us to save time, Sindio, let's divide ourselves into groups. And this is the thing. In your groups, you're going to be categorized into the segments, some of the sectors that you represent. So number one, you're going to address the barriers that hinder funding according to your departmental organization or sector. And number two, you're going to give a solution that is both flexible and sustainable. And then from there, we'll all make commitments, and all our commitments will be forming part of the action plan. So number one, you're going to be addressing barriers that hinder funding according to your organization, according to the perspective of your organization, your department. So we're going to divide ourselves, county government plus national government, and empath will be one group. Then we're going to have CSOs. CSOs water, except for grantees. Grantees, cohort 1 and cohort 2, you're going to convene together. JWF, staff and board, you're going to convene together. Is everybody represented in the room? Everybody represented? Kama media watapata nafasi pia watakaa. Watuambie how we are hindering them na solutions. Sindio? All right, so let's... Sorry?
We have a CSO.
CSO and media? Okay, so CSOs and media together. I repeat, county, national government, pamoja na empath, because empath wako huko. And then we have CSOs, Now, other organizations that have not been our grantees, we know that our grantees are also CSOs, but there's a different way because they have become beneficiaries of funding, Cindy. And we can get to hear from them what has been the barriers and what are the solutions that we can do better, Cindy. And for CSOs, I know you've been beneficiaries of other donors, but you'll also like to have your perspective around it as well. And then Jumuiya staff and board of directors, right? And from that way, we are going to have, with the diverse minds that we have, we are going to have answers and solutions as quick as possible, the way our MC has said. So, Madam Winnie will be going around checking on the group. So if you're in a position to move, pick a team leader and move, and maybe just convene around the table so that we make the process as smooth and as quick as possible, because time is not on our side. Before now, we can officially make the launch for the collaborative feminist funding movement. 4, again I repeat, county, national and AMPATH will part group 1, okay? JWF staff and board, group 2, right? CSOs and civil society network, group 3, sorry. And that lastly we have grantees, cohort 1 and 2. Media kokosi.
comprehensive research. And we said that in order to address this gap, there is need to undertake proper community-centered data collection. And then issues of political interference. And of course, I know this is a big problem everywhere. Even if we told all of you to propose or to highlight on one challenge with government, all of you will have this one at least. So, and the issue here, we said we must maintain a professional approach following the ethical standards that are set in the Constitution and related laws. And lastly, we talked about the barrier of lack of transparency, accountability, and meaningful inclusivity. And we proposed that to create citizen awareness and include public oversight. Also on the issue of transparency and accountability, we talked about opening proper communication channels for government programs to citizens at every stage. And then this is the commitment we have. We are making. We are committing actually to conduct inclusive civic education and opening channels of citizen inclusion in government policy and programs. And then actually, we are committing to urgent lobbying on the issue of enactment and operationalization of Gender Act. Thank you.
So just pass the microphone to the next group. So kindly just highlight the barriers without explaining the solutions. We believe that in your cards, you've explained very well, so we will capture it.
Good afternoon. This is the CSO and media group in Solidarity Media. Barriers hindering funding. Number one, lack of capacity, for example, proposal writing. Knowledge gap, lack of information and awareness. Number three, lack of accurate data and data management. Number four, poor civic education and civic participation. Number five, poor policy making and implementation. 6, limited and constrained civic engagement related to political interference, of course, or not following constitution. Number 7, lack of transparency and accountability, either to the CSO or government. Failure to localize programs and cultural barriers. Number 9, infrastructure and ICT, e.g. poor roads, lack of network, etc.
Okay, so for the solutions, we have outreach or advocacy engagements, civic education, continuous monitoring and evaluation, and also we have civic education, enhanced capacity building of the community-based organizations or grassroots organizations. We have also literacy in terms of financial literacy, civic education and accountability, collaboration and continuous engagement with CSO networks. And number 8, we have applying and co-creating programs with grassroots organizations. And lastly, we have holding duty bearers to account. For example, ule MCA mwenye alilazimishwa kushuka akatembea kwa matope. Yes.
Yeah, and in order to achieve the above solutions, we are looking at 2 strong commitment from the CSO and media. One of the commitment is advancing collaboration, partnerships, and information sharing. And by in so doing, we are looking at joining any network that is there, any coalition or any movement that advances these discussions. And then number 2, we are also committed to continuous advocacy and lobbying. And by this we mean lobbying around review of policies that we feel like they are not speaking to the issues. And number 2, pushing for the implementation of these policies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, the grantees, and we just noticed that we almost have the same barriers at the same time, the solutions. So I'll just run through them. We have the barriers in accessing resources, which at any given point, maybe you have issues in terms of collaterals, and which actually in the setup that we are in, you notice that shamba ni ya baba, si ni ukweli? So when you go to the bank, you're asked, tunataka collateral, what do you give? Lack of capacity building, and we, as this group, we had a suggestion and a request to Jumuiya that if you can get capacity building direct from you on how to write the proposals, because we noticed that many people, yes, they get the links, but I don't know how to do it. We also have lack of accountability and reporting. We also have the budget. Sometimes there is lack of proper planning, as well as when they get the money, it's diverted to other activities. Maybe you wanted to maybe train the women on how to do a certain thing, and then it's diverted to another activity like buying clothes and the likes. So sometimes mna kosana, and that is it. Resistance from the community. We have the cultural setups, like when you want to go and explain to the people in the villages and tell them FGM is bad. Then you want to come here and tell us Jumuiya has said FGM is bad. You see, they will always resist you. They will want to continue with their cultural ways. And then we have the language barrier. We just noticed that even expressing themselves sometimes in maybe a place that there's a lot of good decision making, when there's a language barrier and somebody cannot really understand what they're talking about, you tend to lose them. We have the negative duty bearers, like maybe we have a case study from what we just discussed here, and we noticed that even the chiefs that you have at home, the ones who are telling maybe the people who have come to help the community, we are not interested with what you are doing. So sometimes if you are there as a grantee, you want to give back to the community, the chiefs are there and the like. So we have advised ourselves in this, that if the chief is not in a position to support, then you can go to a higher rank like that, maybe the recommendation from the foundation that you are in. And then we have the insecurity. We also have inadequate funding. Maybe you have gone for a funding that is around 1 million and you need like 10 million, those kind of things. So it is insufficient. We have sustainability. Many of the organizations do a lot of activities when the funding time is running. Once the funding time is over, also the time to collapse is around the corner. So it's a big barrier, because maybe we teach them how to receive the fish, but not how to fish for the next project. And then we have denominational barriers, like we have a case study as well here that maybe you are doing a meeting from a Catholic church and a person from AIC says, I will not go to Catholic. You know, those kind of things. So sometimes also brings barriers in the community. We have the discrimination from the political leaders. Maybe leaders want to take the credit and they are there to make sure that they are the ones to say it better. More expectations from the community. One of us has a very good case study here that ukiwaletea leopards, kesho unakutana nao kwa barabara, mama utakuja tena siku gani? You see, there is an expectation that you're coming on board with more, as well as maybe if they see Jumuiya, they see money, you know. So there is that mentality in the village that ule mama wa pesa. So they are really waiting for you. And then we have the how to strategize and the successes that we have, the solutions, capacity building, as we just said. We have really requested Jumuiya, you're in a very good capacity to do this, and we appreciate. Keep on applying for funds. It's all over in the media, and maybe if you can get more and more. Create awareness and do sensitization, involve the community. And I can tell you for free that the NGO world today, they want to see impact in that villager hapo chini. They are not interested with the many English we have here. They are interested with that mama. If you have come with one sanitary pad, you have touched a life. Sio kweli? So that is what the community is really interested in. Do TOT. TOT is whereby you can train the trainers. So we can have maybe to train the trainers so that next time you also reduce on cost.
Can we do points only without
And then
explaining?
we have the record keeping and proper documentation, whereby if you don't have the proper documentation, you can't get links on how to do it. Get knowledge on proposal writing, as we just said, and then gender mainstreaming. Thank you. Yes, we came up with a commitment, and our specific commitment is capacity building on how to do financial reports, M&E, writing proposals, social media, how to use it actually, and record keeping.
Thank you. Pass it to the next. Yes, JWF.
Good evening. Good evening once again. I'll read the barriers that hinder funding. One of them is inadequate capacity to develop winning proposals. Inadequate capacity to develop winning proposals. And then the second one is too much restrictions from donors. So, for instance, for the local organizations, they might not be in a position to submit all the requirements or to avail all the requirements that are needed. So it will make them not able to access funding. And then we have non-compliance to donor requirements. Then there is the issue of misuse of funds. And then diverting resources to unintended purposes. And then lack of funding support from relevant stakeholders. Another one is also inadequate skills by grantees to manage resources. That is for our case, since we are also a donor. When we are issuing funds to grantees, sometimes they don't have the capacity to manage those resources. So we need to enhance their capacity in resource management. And then there is also the issue of tedious and long process for policy formulation and enforcement. And another barrier is over-reliance on donors. As an organization, we also need to find a way of engaging in our own IGA activities so that we just don't rely on donors. That is by investing in activities that can generate income, so that when we generate income, it can be reinvested back into the organization when there are no funds from the donors. The solutions, we need to enhance our capacity as organizations. We need to be compliant and adhere to policies. Sometimes we do policies that we are not adhering to them, and it can bring problems. And then we also need to have a strong leadership, convene more platforms or forums to foster partnerships and collaborations, and then shorten bureaucracy procedures, and then diversifying funding sources. And then we also suggest that we need to come up with technical working groups such that these platforms will aid us in assessing our progresses, and it can be done periodically, either quarterly or biannually, so that we will be assessing where we've gone as a CSO or as a platform. So that is one of the commitments, and it is also a solution from our end. And as JWF, we are also committing to be having more forums like this annual conference forum, where it will be a learning platform for everyone, and it's also a platform for sharing experiences. Thank you for that.
I want you to give yourselves 3 hearty claps. 1, 2. Haya, fungua, tingiza kidole. You decided to form your own question, and I accepted. So thank you so much. Maybe we didn't really put it across well when we talked of the commitment. The commitment is supposed to be, what am I going to do? What am I committing as an individual, as an organization? That this conversation around feminist philanthropy should go to, like, what can I do extra within my space? So just look at what you wrote. You can still balance and still put it in a good order, but sio mbaya. Otherwise, I think as we were raising, simuliona answers zilianza kufika huko. Si zenye mulisema zilijibiwa zingine huko. And that's how we do it. So we will not have reactions. The reactions, you can put it in the additional note that we gave you. Make sure you label your conference note. So for JWF, mtatuandikia mahali, ama if we have staplers, we can have them together, because I know there are more than one note, so that we can have it. Otherwise, thank you so much for taking that session. So we have a homework. So wacha tupewe homework. It's unique that we are having a conference with homework. Sindio? Yeah, this is the first one. And every place they generate their own policies. So this becomes our policy. That in every conference we will be having a homework. So like venye wametuambia, we are looking forward to having more conferences. So in the next conference we will be having a report for the previous homework. And then we take home another homework. So let my good girl here take us through the homework. Then we will be welcoming our CEO. We are closing, but we will have one final word for the launch.
Makofi yake tafadhali. Si amefanya kazi nzuri. Let's appreciate her well, please. One more time. Thank you very much. Tumekuwa wachoyo kwa club kwa hii conference, lakini ni sad. Ama wengine wetu ni photographers, mikono iko busy. Oh, okay, sawa. So that, because our prayer is this will become an annual conference every year until we have solved all the agenda equality concerns. Is that okay? So take away homework. Kama uko na kitabu watoa daftari lako la insha, kisha tuandike. Our takeaway homework is this. Each organization represented here, mali unatoka. Now if you come from, two people coming from the same organization, it's fine. So our takeaway homework is, each organization is going to write a Dear Jumuiya Women Fund letter. Mnaonanga venye watu wanaandikanga Dear Mr. President letter. If you were to address the President of Kenya, His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto from Sugoyu Kuchini, utamwambia nini? If you are to address Jumuiya Women Fund, utatuambia nini? That is what you're looking for. And the purpose of this letter is a world fully funded, reimagining feminist philanthropy together. If all circumstances were ideal, if funding was available, if all resources were given to you, how would you want your community to be like? How do you imagine your organization to be like? How do you imagine your advocacy efforts to be like? What are your networking goals? And if everything was available, how would you like it to be? So that is the takeaway assignment. Ama homework, this is CBC style, sindio? Unafunza and then the student participate, alafu next week unakuja kuona, sindio? So we've not asked anyone to bring sisal reads, ama rula ya yellow, tunataka tu barua. Is that okay? So whatever way, it is technically been defined in the action plans that you've done, right? So basically, but keep it, personalize it to your organization. Hata kama ni one aspect of your organization, just personalize it, and especially to your area of working. So that will form part, after 2 weeks, you're going to receive the report for this conference that is going to be forwarded to your email address. So if you haven't forwarded your email address, but I believe niko na kila mtu, you will receive the report. And this letter is going to be submitted in January 2025. Say mini January 2025? Yeah, by God's grace, sindio? So we'll be able to submit this letter, because najua mtasema, oh, tunaenda Christmas, tunafikiria, sindio? So by God's grace, we are going to submit this letter in 2025, and it will form part of our first Influencing Philanthropy Conference newsletter. Is that okay? Sawa sawa. So the submission deadline for this is going to be January 25 ni tarehe 1 mpaka 31st. When should it be? We are going to submit it. Ndio isiishe freshness. We are going to submit it on the 17th of January 2025. That will be the third Friday of January 2025. Tutakuwa tushapeleka watoto shule. Tutakuwa tushatayarisha shamba. So by 13th tumerudi, si ndio? Sawa sawa. So muandike hapo, take away assignment homework. Na msikopi ya mtu. Alafu tusitumie chat GPT. Ikiandika email address ya kutuma. Okay, sawa sawa. Send it to kidogo, let me All right, so after confirmation, because communication has been trickling into mine, let's send at projects@jumuiyawomenfund.org. projects@jumuiyawomenfund.org. Hiyo pia inakuanga email ya kuapply grants. org. projects@jumuiyawomenfund.org. 17th January 2025. Those letters will form part of our newsletter for the Influencing Philanthropy conference. So, are we okay? Okay, sawa. Thank you. I just wanted to make that call to action and our collaborative steps. So, thank you so much for your cooperation, and may God bless you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, kindly sit properly and face your side. Don't give me your backs. Because the lady I'm about to introduce deserves your beautiful faces. So kindly sit well, sit properly, and allow me to welcome. Put your hands together for Madam Milka Cherotich, CEO and founder, Jumuiya Women Fund. Karibu, makofi tafadhali. Makofi tafadhali.
So thank you so much, Emma, for the wonderful job. Imekuwa aje, tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you, Juma and Winnie, for the wonderful job well done. And I also want to thank each and every one of you for your participation. You have made this conference a success. And I really lack words to say. So nawashukuru sana kwa kila moja wenu. So for those who are coming from, who cannot get back to their homes today, and we were hosting you, please, musiende, hatutaki tupigiwe simu usiku. So you still have a place to stay tonight. Alafu you can leave tomorrow at your own pleasure. So thank you so much. Mujipigie makofi. So before I think I've finished mine, I want to welcome my boss, the board chair. She has something also to say. So tumkaribishe kwa makofi. 1, 2, 3. Funga. Fungua. Kano. So asanteni sana, mkuwe na jioni njema.
Good evening, everybody. Maybe before I say something, let me welcome Cherubet to also greet us. She is the oldest lady in the house. Karibu sana.
Bwana asifiwe. Nani amefurahi kama mimi? Gotea mwenzako. Yeah. Unajua kawaida unapolishwa na mtu, Biblia inatuambia kwamba unapoenda kwa mtu akupatie maji ama nini, si unaacha baraka? Ama hamtaki hiyo baraka? So lazima tuachie jumuiya baraka. Bwana MC na watu wote, si ndio? Yangu tunasemanga disability not inability, natumianga akili yangu. Nitasema tu shairi. Naomba Milka ukae chini. Naomba tafadhali. Wakati nimesimama usikae chini. Wacha usitembee. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, asante tena sana kwa ajili ya siku ya leo. Baba, umetuongoza tangia jana. Baba yetu, tumekaa hapa, tumesikiza, tumefundishwa. Mungu, tukwambiaje? Makofi mumpe Mungu, manaka anastahili. Makofi mumpe Mungu. Nasimama mbele yenu jamani, leo nikishukuru jumuiya jamani. Nisemaje? Asanteni tena sana. Nikianzia Milka, hebu njoo hapa tafadhali, tuweze kuringa nawe, manake unastahili. Anapokuja makofi jamani, muweze kumpa. Ewe Milka, sijui nikwambiaje. Nimekaa siri kwa mimi, nimelala komvi. Sijui nikwambiaje napokuona, hebu niringe na wewe. Napokuona mamangu, nafurahi tena sana kwa kunishika mkono, kushika walemavu. Mama yangu nasema hivi, baraka tena kuzidie. Mpatieni baraka, manake inamstahili. Asante tena sana, hebu kaa chini. Nikija nakuja chair lady, njoo hapa tafadhali. Njoo hapa chair lady. Muangalieni chair lady huyu. Anapokuja sijui, naogopa kukaribia, lakini nitakukaribia. Jamani, yeye waliweza kunisaidia, wakanisomeshia mtoto, wakatoa hata karo. Chair lady, nikwambiaje? Mimi sijui nikwambiaje. Baraka uchukue ili watu wengine waendelee. Watu wajue ya kwamba kuna watu wanastahili. Jamani, makofi mumpatie, manaka anastahili. Kwa heshima jamani, umeweza kusema niweze kuzungumza kabla wewe. Nimepewa heshima. Makofi. Kati. Hewe Sofia, nibuamuka. Sijui nisemaje. Na tazama Sofia, alinipeleka Iten. Sijui nikwambiaje Sofia. Jamani, mnanipenda. Mimi napendwa. Sijui nifanyaje. Mungu wangu li juu. Mapenzi jinsi gani? Makofi mumwangushie. Manaka anastahili. Wow. Ema, simama kidogo. Una hema kweli. Tazama vile nimehema. Sijui nifanyaje. Sijui ako wapi. Huyu hema ako wapi? Bado nitarudia. Anatembea. Muniitie. Tafadhali muniitie. Manake nimehema. Kwa nini ananipa niheme? Na yeye ako hapa. Jamani, mwambie aje hapa, aweze kuchukua baraka zangu. Nikija nikisema litu nani? Uliweza kunipatia pale mbele. Ukaona nikae kwa kiti. Ukaona siwezi kaa kwa kiti kama hii. Ukaweza kunisimamia. Simama msichana yangu. Heshima idumu. Manake hiyo kiti uliweza kunipatia. Sijui ulinionaje. Ni kwa ajili ya heshima. Asante sana sana. Yes. Nikija nasemaje? Kuna msichana wangu hapa. Saa zote simama wewe. Tukiwa hapa kuna mtoto jumuiya atasaliwa. Jamani, mkimwona jumuiya atasalamiwa. Kama ni Milka anaweza zaliwa ama Wesley azaliwe. Jamani, mpatie makofi ndio hivi. Kila mara ananichunga akiniambia mtoto amesema. Gogo aandikiwe. Amekuwa akiniandikia kwa ajili mtoto amesema. Jamani, sijui nisemaje. Clement, ulisema, uliweza kuongea juu wa baba. Msije mkaficha na ili hali mnagongwa. Wakati unakuta wazee wanapigwa, Clement, wewe ukisema changamoto kama wasichana wetu wanawapiga, usije ukaficha. Wazee wanaweza kuwa wanaumia, wapate akili punguani. Sijui utafanyaje. Makofi kwa Clement, tusemaje? Wewe, tumekuwa na wazee hapa. Sijui nitawaambiaje. Hata watu wote jamani, makofi sijui nisemaje. Tunaona fedha hapa, wale ile wapatie pale makofi, manake pesa zitaanguka pap. Jamani, mpatie kwa maana anastahili. Nisemaje? Sijui nisemaje. Dadangu, nisikwambiaje. Kila mara ukanitembeza. Tukaenda jamani. Tukaenda demonstration ya ambaye watu wa mama walipigwa. Ukanifanya nikaenda kwa TV. Sijui nikwambiaje. Shika hiyo tena. Jamani, Abi Chebet, niko na msichana Chebet. Anafanana nako na makofi mumpe. kila mtu president, sisi kukusahau. Ai, leo nimekuwa na president, sijui nisemaje. Mama yangu pale aweze kuamka. Mama yangu nakupatia heshima. Asante mama yangu. Kila mara naona unasema unanikumbuka. Sijui nikwambiaje. Naona picha nyingine. Makofi kwa mama yangu yule. Jamani anastahili. Na nyinyi nyote mjipatie. Na ya huyu
sana. Haya makofi kweli yanamtosha mpaka aketi chini. What a word of wisdom has she really given us. Very challenging. She's so talented. We thank God for this opportunity that we've had to listen to her. Be encouraged as we leave this place. We will not go forgetting her. Let us all remember, wherever we will be, if you will be touched, if you have been touched, remember to touch this mama. Remember to touch this mama. The first day I met her, I shed tears. You know, the passion she has for people living with disability. She really has a passion for them. And she's even forgetting that she's among them. She wants to stand on behalf of them. May God bless you. May God uplift you. So thank you, everyone, for your full time here. You have really fully participated. I thank God. I've not seen anyone moving in and out. That means that this conference actually has been impactful. It has actually been thoughtful. It has actually been provoking. That has really made us to sit down and listen and participate. I really extend my gratitude to each one of you. So as we leave here, the presence and engagement that you have actually demonstrated throughout this is very vital to us towards achieving the objectives of this conference. Over all the sessions that we have had here, we have all seen that collaboration, the power of collaboration that we have shared together, that we have learned together from one another, the networking that we have developed here, it has really sparked a lot of ideas. And I'm very much confident that through this, it will translate into impactful actions. I know that we will not remain the same, not the way we were. When we go back, I know things are really going to change. So let our collaboration, therefore, not be a password, but instead, let it be a cornerstone. Because we know a cornerstone is actually the pillar. It will never be moved. So let it be a cornerstone of feminist philanthropy. Your demonstration here speaks a lot that you are passionate, that going forward, you are now stronger. You are now louder. You can speak without fear of contradiction. You are able to shout and speak your mind because you want to help one another. So as we have had all these discussions, I want to believe that our organizations are going to change. The ideas that we came with have been regenerated, and therefore we are going to stand to be people that can actually bring change to especially the marginalized communities. And you know, when we talk about marginalized communities, you know, we have voices that they could be in town, but they don't have that space. Yes, we can also call them marginalized. It's not only those who live in the rural, even in towns. Some people can be in that category of being marginalized just because they have not been given the space. They want to speak, but nobody is there to listen to them. So let us be that change that is being desired. That tomorrow, when somebody visits you, you can actually attest that you are from this conference. That this conference brought a lot of impact in your life. So let us actually be bold as philanthropists and do the right thing at the right time. So as we therefore close in this conference, let us remember that the work does not end here. The work has actually begun. That this movement is now going to move stronger than the way it was by being responsive in our conversation around philanthropy. So on behalf of JWF, therefore, I want to pledge our continued commitment to support feminist philanthropy initiatives so that we can foster partnership together to promote equity and justice. We want everybody that God has allowed to live in this world to have the space to exercise the rightfulness of life. So if it is policies, let us implement the policies the way it is so that we become just to each one of us. So with those very few remarks, I want to thank you for your passion. I've really seen young girls who are really passionate to help their young sisters, to help their mothers, their aunties. I mean, you know, my heart is really overjoyed. God will see that passion in you. That is the word I can give you. And when God sees that passion in you, He will hold your hand because God is so faithful. You know, when we started Jumuiya, when I look at the ladies that we stood together, you know, we were looking like we are hopeless. But thank God, today we are here holding a conference. Isn't that great? So I want to encourage you, my daughters. By the way, I'm a grandmother. So I want to encourage you, my daughters, that you are able. All things are possible. Just be patient, pursue your way, pursue your dream, and all shall be well. So may God bless you. I take the opportunity also to wish you a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. Prosperous. Amen. Thank you.
Okay. Let's appreciate her one more time. All right, so in fact, I didn't want you to sit. I wanted you to just stand here. So Madam Milka, join. Kindly join also. Leo umenyamaza sana, sijakusikia ukiongea. Just come say hi. Yeah. Madam Judy, sijui nataka tusongeshe hii ikuje huku. Yeah. Mwisho in fact. Hata ile. Yes, karibu. Emma, our team from JWF. Let's be on stage. Next. Kila mtu. And everyone has to fit on this stage. So ensure you get space. So whatever you do, how to get to the space is now upon you. Aya. So I want you guys to msonge hivi mbele kidogo. Aya. The rest of us, tafuta nafasi on that stage. Nyuma yao. Tafuta nafasi nyuma yao. Ensure kila mtu amefit up and no one should remain this side except the camera crew. Ukitaka kubebwa ni sawa. Unaweza bebwa. Kila mtu amefit. Kama unajua tu wewe mwenyewe height haikuruhusu, usiogope kuja hapa chini hapa mbele. It's not a group photo. It's not a group photo for now. For now it is not a group photo. So usijipodoe. Now, do you remember what Winnie told us yesterday? We had a slogan. What was the slogan? So that was testing. Check 1, 2. At least umeanza kukopi sasa, Wenye wako wameshika wameanza. Wewe jiume tu mpaka iingie. Huku ndio mbalance. Again, when so now I want you to add power, ugali, rice, everything with that power, the slogan. Now, do you realize that we are doing movement building? And this is the movement we are launching. Are we ready? Are we ready now? Wewe jiume mdomo bora useme slogan. 3, 2, go! Mbona sauti ya Barno haisikiki? Na ungekuwa ushamsikia akiwa huko nje, saa hii hasikiki. So now the one now that was good. That was good. So now do it the last time and with a lot of power. Ile yenyewe. Meanwhile, Peter, ulikuwa unaniwekea music pale? Nitafutie wimbo wa Christmas. Hiyo ndo tunamaliza nayo. Oh yeah. Okay. You're set? Because they want to get that. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our conference as it ends, we are coming up with a movement, and it's going to be a very serious movement courtesy of Jumuiya Women Fund. Are we there? Yes. 3, 2, 1, go! Mercy. Helen. Are you sure now you did it well? Hata nyinyi mkiona mko sawa? Mnaona kama mko sawa pia naweza wa release. Mnaona mko sawa? Mko sawa. You've done it well. The movement is here. Situjipigia makofi basi. So when we come back in the next conference next year, 2025 ishafika. Loading. Tukikuja kufanya assignment, we are hoping that and praying that God keeps us alive and healthy, so that tukifika huko we come and mnakumbuka last year ilikuwa hivi. Last year ilikuwa hivi. This time watu walikuwa wamekuja wamenyamaza. Now mkirudi najua So as the song plays, tunasalimiana, tukipeana high five around the room as we get down. Are we there? Aya, let's go. Yeah? So we dance from the stage before you leave. Hapo, ukisalimia kila mtu. Those are Christmas greetings. Salimia mtu, hug a person. Mr. Barno is lonely behind there. Now, and don't sit, remain on the stage. Remain on the stage. Remain on the stage. Remain on the stage, on top of the stage. Back on top of the stage. Sasa songa. We have some Christmas presents for you. So remain on the stage. Ukipewa ndio unaketi. Najua mjuangi verse ingine niyo tu. Aya, just straight so that we are being given gifts, Christmas gift. One by one tukienda kuketi, so we can now celebrate. Ukipata una dance ukienda. Ukipata una dance ukienda.
Ini kali. Safi.
Na usijali, ni landlord amepiga kwa simu. Ndio hiyo ingine, ndio hiyo ingine.
Wewe. Atumembaka nini?
And a happy new year.
Karibu sana. Oh, yake.
It is Merry Christmas from Jumuiya Women as we come to the end of our 2024 conference live here in Sirikwa. All right, asante sana, asante. New Year. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey, yani Christmas gift. Usiwahi sema haujaipata Christmas gift. Yeah? At Christmas? Hapa. Ati hatutoki ngo. Unangojewa nyumbani wewe. Wacha tupige picha itutoke.